Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So, today is the finale of Heaven's Feel. Well, I'm sorry about that scuff before. Just for some reason, my tracking decided to stop working. I really need to get off VC face. So yeah, just like with Unlimited Blade works before, I'm going to have some friends join me for this stream. Again, Manic Overlord and also known as Fur and Catman, and if he's feeling well enough to. Catman has told me that he'll be late. I kind of wanted to show him a particular CG, but we'll get to that. So we'll probably get to that. So let us get to the game, and we'll start up now. And this is where we left off. We got through the forest. We're in a circular clearing in the vast sea of trees. The castle I saw through Ilya's eyes tower over the forest just as I remember. There's no sign of anyone around. It's strange that there's no guards on the castle wall, to say nothing of the castle, but I can't turn back now just because this might be a trap. Even if they know we're here, it would be suicide to go through the front door. I need to do whatever it takes to get inside, even if it might not work.
侵入するのなら水路を使うところだが、そんな悠長な真似が通じる相手ではなかろう。城に入った時点で侵入は悟られる。直接イリアスフィールの監禁場所に乗り込み、有無を言わせぬまま脱出したいのだが、さて。
That's fair. That's fair. Shortest route in and out if they're going to spot us anyway. The priest thinks aloud as he gazes up at the castle. He narrows his eyes, seeming to peer through the walls, and examines each window carefully.
驚いたな。本気で侮られているようだぞ、エミヤ。
Doesn't mean he smirks, huh? But I doubt my ears. This might be the first time I've heard him sound so delighted.
なんだよ、ことみね。なんか見つけたのか。
見つけたとも。時に一つ尋ねるが、登山の経験はあるかね、エミヤシロ。
まさかあんた。
無論。フリークライミングだ。垂直だがオーバーハングはなく、凹凸は十分にある。この壁なら足場は確保できる。 道具はなくとも登るのはたやすい。なに、氷壁に比べれば道を歩くがごとしだ。
You say that as if you've had experience with that. Kotomine places his hand on the castle wall without waiting for my opinion. Then he just starts climbing, sticking into the surface like a spider. He isn't going very fast, but his ascent is sure and steady.
何をしている。ポイントの確保ができないのなら見て真似ろ。4回程度の壁登りができぬほどやわではないだろう。ああ、それと黒剣は置いていけ。帰りに拾っていけばいい。
With that, the priest keeps climbing.
本気で言ってんだな、あの野郎。
I drop the sword Kotomine lent me and approach the walls. He must have... hold on. For some reason, my mic got muted on Discord. The surface is uneven, and I find a place to grab onto. Free climbing is a bit more than just muscle strength. You need to judge whether your next handhold is safe or not, whether the depression is deep enough to support your weight, and whether you can use it. And whether you can use it to make it to the next step. Just want to check something. Yeah, it seems fine. I don't know why I automatically got muted. And when climbing a nearly vertical wall, you're basically making it up as you go along. You could be a meter from your destination, but if you can't find your next foothold, you'll have to go all the way back down to the ground and try a new route. Finding your way to the goal. Only experienced climbers have the skill to constantly scan 2 or 3 steps ahead while scaling a wall. And I'm definitely not experienced, so all I can do is try imitate Kotomine. One slight misstep or failure to judge my strength could send me careening to the ground. I grumble while I climb. It's a crazy plan, but not totally reckless. Normally, you'd only climb walls like these when you're more than halfway to a mountain summit. The climbers need to worry more than about more than and climbers need to worry about more than just climbing. Just as the deep ocean is an inaccessible abyss to humans, high altitudes are also sacred ground that we cannot enter. At 6,000 meters above sea level, oxygen becomes critically thin, and untrained climbers can't last more than a few hours. They'll suffer from nausea and dizziness, which will progress to cerebral edema before culminating in death. A mountain peak is an airless shell that becomes harsher and the higher you go. Plus the extreme cold, even the slightest scratch on frostbitten skin will lead to necrosis. Climbing in such extreme conditions means you have to worry about your bodily functions steadily declining as you ascend. Compared to the harrowing ordeal that real climbers face, scaling a castle wall doesn't sound impossible at all. It's still hard. All I can use are the very tips of my fingers. I cautiously scout out the thinnest slip or crevices as I can use to support my entire body weight. He's making me keep up with him on a climb only an expert can do. Only an expert could do.
待て、移動した。上かと思えば下か。エミヤ、3階の窓まで下がって中に入れ。
God damn it, Kotomine.
この無茶言うなよな、お前。
Do I look like a lizard to you?
ことみね、窓あるぞ、窓。こんなのどうやって入れってんだよ。
構わん。ぶち破れ。
この衛星神父、こんなんなら最初からな。
It would have been way easier to climb a tree to get inside, you moron. I break into the castle. I shatter a window and dive through it, all in the same motion. I hang from the wall with both hands and swing my body like a pendulum to bust through the window with my legs. I roll on the floor and onto an extravagant carpet. By the time I swung my legs down, most of my body was already falling. If I'd been even a tiny bit late kicking in the window, I might have kicked off the stone wall instead and fallen 3 stories on my back.
3階の高さで頭から落ちれば死ぬぞ、普通。
Breaking the glass with my legs and rolling into the shards was dangerous, but I chalked it up to an acceptable risk. Hi! For an instant, all worldly trifles vanished from my mind.
Ilya.
Even I forget that I'm deep in enemy territory. I even forget that I'm deep in enemy territory. I recall the event from my backyard. The events from my backyard. Ilya said farewell to me with such a forced smile.
呆れた。なんで来たの、シロ。もうあなたの出番なんてないのに、まだ無駄な努力をするつもり？
Yeah, but I was never really good at reading the script, so... Her voice is stony. She's making the same old expression she did when we first met. I'm used to it. I should be used to seeing her like this, but
まだわからないの？さくらのことは私に任せればいいの。これは私の役割なんだから。シロはおとなしく家に帰って。
バカ。後始末が役割なんて言うな。
For a moment, I read that wrong and thought that he said, "Don't say that. It's your job to clean up this mess." I lost my patience and slapped Elia's cheek.
シロの無礼者。レディの方を叩くなんて紳士じゃないわ。いくらシロでも私にこんなことするなんて許さないんだから。
許さないのはこっちだ、バカイリア。男だったらげんこつで殴ってるぞ、この不良娘。
My blank mind suddenly flares with irritation, even though I am happy to see Elia.
何よ、私怒られるようなことしてないじゃない。私は自分の役割を果たすためにさくらについていっただけよ。それが一番いい方法なんだから、シロに文句を言う資格なんか。
うるさい、そんなものを知ったことか。いいか、イリアの役割なんて俺は知らない。俺はただ勝手に出て行った不良娘を連れ戻しに来ただけだ。イリアがどんなに強がってどんなに平気なふりをしていても騙されないからな。イリアが少しでも嫌がっている限り絶対に連れて帰ってやる。
強がってるって何よ。私は嫌だなんて思ってないわ。この体は聖杯として作られた。あいつらのために鍵になるのは尺だけど、それで聖杯の力を使えるようになればさくらだって。
それが強がってるって言うんだ、バカ。いいか、聖杯なんてどうでもいい。イリアはイリアだ。イリアがイリアのままでいたいならそんなことはほっぽっといていいんだ。自分以外の何かのために自分を犠牲になんてするな。
I look away. Elia bites her lip for a second.
それはシロだって。
She whispers something I didn't quite hear.
いいわ。仮に私が嫌がってるとしても、それがどうだっていうの。私たちじゃさくらには勝てないし、逃げられない。私をこの城から連れ出すことは不可能よ。だから条件も好きにさせている。シロだけならまだ見逃してもらえるけど、私と一緒じゃ絶対に森からは出られないわ。
Her scarlet eyes urge me to leave. I... That would be over here. Now, obviously, none of these choices are going to lead to a bad end. Yeah, it looks like it just all leads to like different variations of the same scene. Which is funny to me.
それでも連れて帰る。俺は一人で帰る気はないからな。
There's nothing to consider. Right now, this is the only choice that exists. Ilya doesn't say anything. She gazes at me with an absent expression. I take her defenseless hand.
行くぞイリア。見つかる前に家に帰ろう。
I got a message from Fur. He'll be here in a minute. I pull her close and start walking. She's small and terribly light.
呆れた。シローには何を言っても無駄ね。
Of course not. You're only, what, 2 years my senior?
本当にこんなのうまくいくはずないのに。
Ilya doesn't resist, tottering along with me. I forgot to read that. She happily clasps my hand in return.
何を悠長にやっている。
And then, Kotomine jumps through the broken window, his coat fluttering.
琴峰。
Ilya lets go of my hand and squares off against Kotomine.
待ったイリア。そいつは味方だ。今回だけ協力することになった。即興の味方なんだ。
嘘。シロったらこんなやつと手を組んだの？ダメよシロ。こいつは。
無駄話は後だ。追いつかれる前に外に出るぞ。
Kotomine moves in a flash. Before I can react, he scoops up Ilya in his arms and dives out the window.
イリア。
I panic and run to the window. Kotomine just landed on the ground. As soon as he touches the ground, Ilya wildly waves her arms and slaps him across the face. It's a pleasant sound I can hear from up here.
感心してる場合じゃない。要するに飛び降りろってことかよ、あいつ。
There's no time to doubt myself. If I can pull off the landing, I'll survive somehow. I charge my legs with as much magical energy as I can manage. I can't magically strengthen my own, but it should lessen the impact. Hey, Fur, welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going well. We're right in the middle of Operation Rescue Ilya.
Okay, good.
You just
stuff,
missed
good stuff.
Ilya.
Sounds like it's heating up.
You just missed Ilya giving Kotomine a slap across the face.
As he deserves.
Yes. One thing that I don't get about the fake community, I'll mention now, is that it's like apparently after this route, people started to hate Sakura. Yet people seem to love Kotomine, and it's like, are we forgetting the dude has a basement full of people that he tortures to death?
You know, don't mind the basement full of limbless orphans. That's fine. You know, clearly he is not deserving of the hate. He had a very good reason to have a basement full of limbless orphans.
Like,
listen, it's important, right? He's feeding the orphan crushing machine.
I didn't know they had AI there.
and yet with Sakura, she's a very hurt person and with heavy trauma, like at a breaking point. And you know.
Sorry about that. Continue. My wife was just absolutely flabbergasted. I go into stream and I start talking about Limbless Orphans, and she's like, "What? What the fuck?" Because she has absolutely zero context of the Fate series. So. Excuse me? Who has Limbless Orphans?
Oh my god. Someone needs to make if they haven't already, someone needs to make a Fate without contact video compilation or some shit.
God, yeah.
Like the most famous out of context thing is like Shiro saying people die when they're killed. Like obviously shown as like a no duh moment. And because obviously without the context, it sounds like just kind of a stupid no-brainer thing to say. Kind of ignoring the fact that because of the circumstances, he survived shit that he shouldn't be able to survive. Anyway, another news. Hi for his wife. Welcome to the Fate fandom.
Metis says hi.
Hello.
Oh, Lordy. Welcome to your introduction to Fate. Limbless Orphans. Kept in a basement by a corrupt priest.
That's gotta be the most wild introduction to the Fate series ever. So about them Limbless Orphans.
Oh, God.
So yeah, moving on.
You're moving on from the Limbless Orphans. We have other fish to fry. Fuck them orphans.
Yeah, we were jumping out a window. Nope, bad idea. I jumped from over 20 meters high and dropped up into a roll when I land. 3 stories doesn't sound like much until you consider how tall this castle is. It would have easily been an 8-story is in a Japanese apartment building. Damn it, my legs are too numb to stand up. I feel like a limbless orphan. Wonder why that is.
Luckily, I landed on grass, but boy, are those blades sharp.
If this had been asphalt, my bones would have broken out of my legs, and then I wouldn't have been able to get out of here, like a limbless orphan.
This is it. This is the new running gag, everyone. Limbless Orphans in Metis Street. Oh my god, hold on. Kai, I know just the thing. Yes, this will be perfect. I just
What?
gotta actually bring it up.
What?
Oh, you'll see in just a moment. I'll post it in your server. Oh, good God.
Okay, let me see it. That's like Baki, isn't it?
It is Baki, but it's too perfect. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. You have to have an emote for this now. Limbless Metis.
just like commission an emote that looks like that, but instead of like that guy, it's me.
Yes. God. Oh, it's perfect. Hey, babe. Behold, the limbless orphan. Holy shit.
Both of them are staring at me. Alias aside, Kotamine's words nearly make me forget about my numb limbs.
ふざけんな。お前が飛び降りた
You
ら
have
ああ
limbs?
するしかなかったんだよ。俺だってこんなのは二度とごめんだ。普通足折れてるし、飛び降りた瞬間なんてめまいで失神しかけたんだからな。
だが5体満足ではないか。文句を言われる筋合いはないが。しかし確かに驚きだ。よくあの高さから飛び降りようなどと思えたな。
Wait. This just came to mind. The shadow did take our arm, so we are kind of three quarters of the way there. 1 quarter of the way there.
Oh, it's just like, gotta get the other 3 and we're good to go. Hey, listen, this just means that we're gonna be like a Lego figurine. We can just like steal the arms off of Archer.
Yeah, Kotamine is probably keeping him somewhere in the basement. With all the limbless orphans.
Yeah, you know, he has to have some limbs for the limbless orphans. Let them get out and walk once in a while.
いかに魔術師とはいえ、魔術講師なしで
Limbless orphans need exercise too. One limbless orphan uses Archer to like summon a bow and then just launches the other limbless orphan. Oh shit.
Okay, we gotta calm down. My glasses are fogging up. I mean, they left me behind. I couldn't let Kotamine show me up after he jumped out there with Ilya.
シロのせいじゃないわ。シロは体だけじゃなくて心までアーチャーの影響を受けているのよ。だから体だって丈夫になってるし、あの高さなら降りられるってアーチャーと同じように思っちゃったのよ。
イリア、今のどういう？
なるほど。それは頼もしい。戦闘面でその強気を発揮してくれ。そら、お前の剣だ。
He tosses me the weapon and I left behind when I started climbing.
走れるな。ここからは命がけだぞ。
Did you mute yourself?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying not to keep distracted for a second. I just need a minute.
Katamine says that we don't have time to stand around talking and makes for the castle gate. Then, as if issuing a challenge, for some reason, in a berserker growl not voiced, I feel betrayed. A different sound shakes the wintry castle.
やっぱりまだこの世に留めてたのね、さくら。
That's not good. It's unmistakably the roar of a predator. It signals that a beast is on the hunt. It is a death sentence and handed down to the last prisoner as by the kind and merciless lord of the castle. Well then. My mind switches over to battle mode. Berserker, he said. The name invokes the rage of a threat that once that still threatens me. It squeezes the calm out of every last cell in my body. And let's be reminded, it's not going to take very long for him to catch up with us.
Yeah, fucking Hercules over here being Usain Bolt is going to be right there in their faces.
Katamine runs ahead to the gate. I take Ilia's hand and start running. I can't afford to save my stamina anymore. If that mad warrior is the one pursuing us, then the only way to survive is to run as fast as we can for 3 hours. For the 3 hours as it takes to reach the edge of the forest. No stopping for sex scenes this time. My breath catches in my throat. We're being overtaken by the darkness, by a darkness I can't ignore, no matter where I look. We run through the forest. I can't see anyone behind us yet. All I hear is the wind gusting by. Our pursuer is a titanic beast, not a hound. While we have to dodge between the trunks and branches, it closes in on us while tearing apart everything in its path. You think that we're being chased by a giant drilling rig, boring its way through the forest, when in fact it is way worse. The jet black wall slowly accelerates, threatening to close in around us.
I misheard you as saying Jack Blackwall for a second, and I was extremely confused. Good God. The Jack Blacks are closing in! Chicken jockey!
I was gonna make a Minecraft movie joke myself! I slow my pace to match Ilia's. This is bad. The hostile wall is about as fast as me. If I run while carrying Ilia, it'll definitely catch up to us within a minute. It'll be fine. Maybe we can like project Hermes' sandals or some shit. What should I do? Should I keep running with Ilia or should I fight that monster? I couldn't even defend myself against Assassin. Could I possibly go toe-to-toe with that monster, the strongest serpent, with nothing more than a borrowed thin sword?
No, I'm pretty sure you'll get absolutely smashed in the face. But...
How do we know? Because it's happened at least 3 times before. I can't. Stop. Give me a break. There's absolutely nothing I can do to beat that monster. If I stop, I'm dead. I'll be killed for sure. If I face that the monster, it'll chop my feeble body in half, and it'll stomp my still conscious torso to smithereens, like an industrial grinder.
その必要はない。イリアスフィールは私が運ぶ。
And now I've got an image in my head of him like casually running with his back straight, not even breaking a sweat, not concerned about the enclosing death. He's like, nah, just another Tuesday for me.
These Jack Blacks don't scare me.
Ilya and I turn around. We don't have time to stay surprised. Kotimina comes all the way back to us and picks up Ilya in his arms without further ado. Oh, we got a CG for this.
Oh, that's helpful.
And when you look at that CG, they are trying to make him look hot.
They're trying so hard.
He's fast. Kotimina must be in great shape. With his weight, he should be able to easily run while carrying Ilya. But we're in the middle of a forest. With both arms occupied by his charge, he navigates the uneven terrain and in thick trees without slowing down at all. I run after him as fast as I can. I keep up with him. Unshackled, I run next to Mine, who's carrying Ilya. I managed to cover 100 meters in 7 seconds, and in this forest, that's so easy to trip on. My heart beats at a rapid cadence. Something's wrong. I'm running too fast. No human can run through the forest at nearly 50 kilometers per hour. My legs throb. My wrapped left arm feels odd, like it's swollen. Look to the side, and it's like a massive green arm, and like, Coach, I think you put on the wrong arm.
No.
Like Hulk arm. Anyway, this must be what Ilya was talking about. Archer's physical functions are taking over Shiro and Mia, not just his combat experience. It's a radically potent and muscle-enhanced drug. The poison injected into my body. The poison is injected into my body, giving me power beyond my own. That's good. Even if it's like shaking a Geiger counter to try and make it not detect the radiation leak. I appreciate it right now, but not Kotamine. He's not showing any signs of magical energy output or magecraft usage. And we go back to Kotamine. He's now just casually doing ballet while just casually getting ahead of us.
Okay. God, what is this, man?
It's hard to believe, but he's sprinting while carrying Ilya without the aid of any magecraft at all. That depends. Do you mean biologically, or do you mean personality-wise? Because, like, either way, probably not.
Well, to both, the answer is nah.
お前ほどではない。それより気がついたか。この速度を保てば逃げ切れるぞ。何しろあれは目が見えぬようだからな。
Well, that can be a good thing or a bad thing. Good thing that he doesn't know where we are. Bad thing, bad thing being he could have just happened to have picked the right direction and is about ready to steamroll us without even realizing it.
目が見えないって追っての
そうとしか思えん。速度ではあちらの方が上だ。森の木々などバーサーカには小石程度の足止めにしかならん。にもかかわらず追いつかれないのはあちらに何か欠陥があるのだろう。
Katamina explains calmly. It bothers me that he can look so bored talking about something that should be having us jumping for joy, but that means...
生きれる。あとは俺たちの体力次第ってことか。
いや、逃げ足だけで勝ち抜けるほど甘くはないようだ。
I mean, it's fucking Zoken, and so probably not. His voice drips with hostility. Before I understand what he means,
アサシン。
my left arm twitches. I see a white skull. Like a rapid slideshow, assassin flits in and out of the tree is on a path parallel to ours, seeming to mock our escape. By the time I notice it, it's too late. Assassin makes a subtle wave of his arm as he slips in and out of the tree's high speed and suddenly slams into one of them.
This one entire forest shakes. Bunch of birds cheep in alarm and fly off.
Assassin
it's all
just
a bunch of Pegasi.
and Assassin just like slowly slides down the tree like a cartoon character.
Yeah.
Someone blocks the attack before it can skewer me between the eyes. I gasp. Only one person could have done that. Katamina deflected a throw that I couldn't even see, all while carrying Ilya.
目障りなやつだ。手が空いているときは現れぬくせに、忙しいときは呼ばずともやってくる。
He's kind of like you, isn't he?
We're busy. Can you piss off somewhere else?
And then like Assassin does the Bugs Bunny meme. No.
Yeah, pretty much.
Katamina slows his speed. The priest frowns with displeasure, watching the dark killer keeping pace with us.
琴峰。
イリアは任せた。代わりにあれを任されよう。なに、これでも侵食だ。悪霊払いは慣れている。
Katamina stops and sets down Ilya.
あんた本気か。
Ilya's bewildered. I take her hand and pull her close. At the same time, 3 daggers fly at us like bullets.
琴峰。
鋭いが実直すぎる。アサシンを名乗るにしては読みやすい立ち筋だ。
Look at me! I'm totally hot! You seeing?
So hot. I'm so cool.
You seeing this from heaven, Kirotsugu? This is what you could have had!
But no, you had to rebuff me. Well, now you can't have me or my keys.
Anyway. I'm having trouble believing it, to be honest. Assassin let fly 3 flashes of lightning, And the priest parried them all without breaking a sweat.
How much did Kirei get fucking buffed in this route? I have zero context for this route, so I'm just like, I'm sorry, when the fuck did Kirei become a fucking servant?
He's just fucking able to do this all of a sudden.
Right? Like, Shiro had to literally access his reality marble to be able to do shit like this. And literally had a servant artifact embedded in his fucking chest. Here's Kirei just being a fucking baller swag asshole for no reason.
Berserker. Damn, that one was close. He'll definitely catch up if he gets stalled here. I can't stop now. I need to take Ilya and get out of here.
行くぞ、琴峰。
そう言っている。こちらの心配は無用だ。
Like, I can handle both of them. What?
That's alright. I've taken two guys before.
I've taken more than two guys before, and then he shows a picture of that meme with the girl surrounded by guys, but it's him.
Like 5 different servants. No, it's 4 servants and fucking Kiritsugu.
I pick Ilya up. I can't go as fast as Kotomine, but this should be faster than holding her hand and while running. I leave the priest behind. The dark roars are on the other side of the forest. It's wreaking destruction in a seemingly wild pattern to smoke us out, but closing in on us at the same time. I don't have anything to say to Kotomine. The best answer I can give now is to turn my back on him and run with all my might. Well, bye. But right before I leave.
助けた者が女ならば殺すな。目の前で死なれるのはなかなかに応えるぞ。
Emiya, if you save a woman, don't kill her. It's rather galling to watch her die in front of you. That's such a people die if they are killed statement.
I think it's more. I think in context, it's meant to be a reference to like the fact that we chose to save Sakura over killing her to prevent thousands of deaths.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that. I know that it makes sense in context. It's just, I have no context
again, it's
right
just
now.
it's just like we were saying earlier. It's like one of those things where if you don't have context for it, it's like it sounds so weird.
Right? Like, even Shiro's thing, people die if they're killed. It makes sense in context, but to anyone from outside of the series hears it, they're like, well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
The priest says something oddly self-deprecating and human.
余分な忠告だ。急げ。バーサーカーだけならば逃げ切れよ。後の戦いはお前次第だ。エミヤしろ。
I nod and start running. Two shadows shrink into the distance. When I look back one last time, and his back is so far away, I have an ominous feeling. I don't think we'll see each other alive ever again.
Don't worry, I'm too sexy to die.
I'm coming whether you are, Kuratsuga. You better be fucking ready.
You better have flowers for me, honey.
As an aside, it is a misconception to say that a priest's duty is exorcism. Priests deliver the word of God. They do not drive out demons. Their God is one and absolute. He resides in all and is the greatest of all. He is the Holy Spirit who created a perfect world. He would never allow any evil to corrupt his children and his dirty creations. That's why he flooded everything. But some evils are tenacious in their corruption of man and tainting of the earth. There are things that should not exist, as profaning this world. They reconcile the seeming contradiction, and thus, even the demons which threaten man are necessary pieces as of the world the Lord created. They are creatures worthy of His love. According to the dogma, demons serve the will of heaven. If the divine cultivates man's goodness, then the demonic forges as man's evil nature. They both serve heaven's will. A priest who preaches the Lord's word has no authority to destroy demons. And yet, to reiterate, some demons are particularly tenacious in their corruption of man and tainting of the earth. They wreak ghastly tragedy beyond human comprehension. In time, his children mistook heavenly designs for powerlessness. They sought miracles from the Lord to stop the evil they could not understand. Thus, exceptions were created. Human apostles who do not preach the Lord's word, but instead execute His will. Trials originally were meant to be witnessed. Heresies originally meant to be denied. Those who received the eighth sacrament, and which originally did not exist, the 120 cardinals ordered the creation of executors as destroyers of evil. They drive out evil and eliminate that which does not exist in the Lord's gospel. Those who hunt the faithless are themselves unbound by faith. One could conclude that they are permitted to be immortal. We call that hypocrisy.
All right. It's really fascinating, like, just reading Nasu's logic in all of this stuff. It's like, you can tell, like, you can't always tell an author's intent whenever they're writing stuff. Like, this could be partly what he thinks of stuff. It could just be demonstrating Shiro's understanding of the world. But either way, it's just such a fascinating logic to read.
Yeah. But I do kind of get the logic here, like sometimes in order to do good, you need to get your hands dirty.
Yeah, it's a philosophy that I've seen before. It's adding more good to the world isn't ridding it of evil. And so, like, there needs to be a balance of both, because doing all the good in the world doesn't mean anything if there's still evil destroying it. But also destroying evil doesn't do anything if you aren't putting more good into the world.
They are charged to protect only one thing, the name of the Lord Almighty. For that cause, they will even destroy the evils He created. That is the only thing they have in common with exorcists.
大公社か。連中はこぞって鳩のごとき軽薄さ、蛇のごとき移り身を習わせるというが、なるほど。貴様もその例に漏れぬらしい。
The White Mask sneers. Kirei Kotomine does not answer. He checks his weapons. He has 5 black keys of confession and for each hand, and his left arm contains several unused command spells from the previous war. He is more than well armed and against lesser spirits. But he lacks the firepower to fully defeat a servant, even if all his blades were to strike true. Assassin is still a heroic spirit, albeit a nameless one. It would be impossible to defeat him without the scriptures carried by a select few executors.
どうした？見れば貴様のそれも投擲するもの。ここで私と一勝負興じてみるか。
Like, come on, man! I've been waiting at this contest all day.
Oh man, I know you can't throw darts better than me. I'm the reigning champion at the local bar.
The priest doesn't move. He listens keenly to the sound of the forest while watching the skull lurking between the trees. The rustling of leaves, the breathing beneath the mask, the rippling of flesh, and the fading footsteps of the mad warrior.
やはりあちらにいた。的を桜とはうまくいっていないようだな。マキリ造形。
He makes an observation, his eyes fixed on the skull. He's like a fucking cockroach. He just does not die.
そうか。わしの
Not
気
a
合に気づいておっ
cockroach,
た
just a
が
worm.
綺麗よ。そこまで分かっていながら足を止めるとは何事じゃ。以前のお主ならば小僧を蒔絵にしても逃げ切ろう。だというのに自らおとりになるなどらしからぬ善行。よもや情にほだされたなどということはあるまいな。
Compassion? Ire? I think you are gravely mistaken.
His laughter echoes through the forest. He's doing it because Shiro is the son of the man he loves. The white skull sways Sorry. The white skull sways slightly. The priest doesn't even twitch an eyebrow.
エミやシロを助けたつもりはない。単にこちらに用があっただけだ。
Kazamine speaks to the invisible mage without even showing his bloodlust.
は？わしに用があったと？無論だ。どのみち、私もエミヤも森からは出られまい。じき殺されるのは分かっている。ならば、死ぬ前に斧が目的のために手を打つのは当然だろう。
Ah, yes, that ever-present noble goal of entertainment.
Well, you know, after the loss of his orphans, he needed to find some other way to entertain himself.
構わんさ。ここでアサシンを倒し、エミやシロを助けに行ったところで間に合わん。エミやシロがあの娘を救おうと救うまいと、もう私には関係のないことだ。
Cool pose. His left hand holds 3 black keys. The priest watches the skull in front of him, holding the sword in a fan shape.
では、わざわざこの場に残ったのは。なあ、私のすべきことは、イリアスフィールをお前に渡さぬことか。
Bloodless disappears. The white mask camouflages him among the trees and completely vanishes from sight.
ここで、お前を殺しておくことのどちらか。
All of a sudden, I'm reminded of that JJK meme. Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, basically. I mean, Kirei is nuts enough that he might.
Blades streak through the air. The priest in its the priest's crust. The priest's thrust clashes against assassin's thrown dagger.
You're just throwing pizzas now instead of keys.
そうか、そのために死にに来たか。よかろう、綺麗、腐れ縁じゃ。教会の外れ者がどこまで戦うか見届けて死んでようぞ。
Damn, a reject from the church.
Probably better than a cockroach whose body keeps falling apart.
Right.
There, I said it.
You literally smell like a corpse, old man.
His cackling rings through the forest. Knowing he can't win, the clergyman who only drives out evil faces down the Malak Galmot, who the old mage controls. I probably said that wrong. I run through the forest, carrying Elia. I can't look back. The second I do, I'll be too conscious of the giant black wall and lose hope. Maybe if I ignore him, he'll go away. I can't afford to do that.
Just keep swimming.
If my spirit dulls for even a bit, it'll catch up. It'll catch me and Elia and kill us. My legs feel like they're going to fall off. No matter how light Elia is, I can't run while carrying someone without slowing down. To make things worse, the terrain is perilous, and I'll risk falling over every step. Faster, 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 faster. I need to go faster than I am now, or it'll catch us. The presence behind me closes and close it in with each passing second. I need to stop this lazy jog. I need to run faster, fast like Kotamine. I need to take Elia out of here.
I want some of what Kotomine is taking.
Yeah, really?
I could zoom like that.
My heart's going to burst. It's tight. I can't breathe. It already burst once. I don't need it to do it again.
Yes, minimal heart explosion, please. It's really expensive to fix that.
It took all of Bryn's family fortune. My leg muscles tear, and I cry out in pain, as if my bones are going to burst out of my thighs. It's suffocating. How long have I been running? Having left Kotamine behind, I've been running like there's no tomorrow through the forest with Elia in my arms. Because if I ever stop running, there really will be no tomorrow. I've already run over 5 kilometers. Maybe double that. My oxygen-deprived brain isn't sure. I've just been running as fast as I can, and never letting my pace drop. Yeah, low tip for anyone getting into Fate. You hear something like that, you fucking run.
Hey, you got any fucking games on your phone?
but I can't get away. I've been running so hard that I feel like my heart muscles will cramp, but the presence behind me grows larger and larger. Ilya is heavy. The oxygen is heavy. My legs are heavy. My death is heavy. My weak, puny noodle arms. Ever seen Owl House?
No, I haven't. I've
You
been
really-
interested in it, but I never got to watch it.
You really should. It's a good show.
All I can think here is like, no, my arms are too gar to carry a woman.
I'll die if it catches up. The incomprehensible terror of getting instantly killed hounds me from behind. I kick my flagging mind into gear. Run. Don't think. Just run. So what if my legs fall off? There's no point into worrying. I can think about it once it happens. I just need to head for the exit as fast as I can. Fuel up your chest with gasoline. Turn the key to the engine and keep it up from trying to stop. Stay in top gear and throw the brakes out. Wait, why am I talking like a car fanatic?
Right. You don't fuck with cars, you fuck with swords, Shiro. Right, come on now. But if we think about it, isn't a car just a sword, but really fast?
Wait, that's it. Just project the car.
Trace on.
That'd be fucking nuts if Shiro ever manages to trace a fucking car.
Just like get a motorcycle and like style it after a sword so it's easier to project.
Run, run, run. Run to stave off the anxiety closing in from behind. Run to ignore the terror on my heels. Run to wipe out all of this pathetic whining. Run to ignore the fact that I need to change my pants when I get home.
For real.
Shut up.
God.
Stop screaming in my ear. Down my own breathing is enough to rupture my eardrums, so I definitely don't have time to listen to your... Ilya shouts into my chest. Her full-throated scream makes my body react without a second thought. I stop. I dig my heels into the ground to hold my momentum and set Ilya down. And then just suddenly, Berserker just like slams down on the ground in front of us. If we didn't stop then and there, he would have squished us.
Would have pancaked their asses.
Like he just did a Hulk jump. He just did a Hulk jump from the castle all the way to us.
Does a Hulk jump and then a Nemesis yell.
I ready the black key sword I had out on my waist and manifest my magic circuit at 200 miles per hour. Nothing comes to mind. Basic structure analyze. Is composition analyze. Basic structure alter. Composition reinforce. Those came at the same time, so I'm guessing like both Archer's mind and his mind are mixing together on this one.
That's what I'm thinking.
Without even thinking about it, I complete a single count incantation in an instant. I use both hands and every ounce of my strength to resist the attack. The whirlwind comes in from the side. Our pursuer charges in from our flank, scattering trees in its wake. Scattering cheese.
Oh damn, not the Skyrim cheese wheels.
That's what that big stone axe sword is all about. It's used to grate cheese.
He's just like, he's sharpening it and at the whetstone instead of a regular wheel. It's just cheese wheel. It's a fine day with you around.
My body is sent flying, pulverized by a single strike. The sword that I strengthened with all my might to be diamond hard is crushed like a hot toffee. I mean, to be fair, look at this thing. You stated before that it's not made for melee, Shiro.
Right? This is very flimsy. Somebody elbowing it too hard would snap it in half.
Someone looking at it too hard could snap it in half. The shocking impact is transmitted from my arms to my whole body, rattling me from brain to toes. I'm flying. I put everything I had into that attack and it got overwhelmed. I can't fight it. I can't fight it at all. Sure me, I can't even slow that monster down. My body is floating in the air. No, it's soaring. Just like a thrown javelin, and his attack bats me through the air, sending me dozens of meters away. And then it's like that one comic called Breath in the Wild. Shiro just starts eating random shit. Then he lands on his feet with full health, wipes his mouth.
Odd. It's all the cheese, Like, see, that was the mistake. Is Perk shouldn't have been throwing all that cheese around. Just let him recover.
It might even send me back to the castle. That's how hopeless the gap in our strength is. How bleak our chances of escape are. Time pauses. I keep sailing through the air. I'll probably die once I fall. Just as I'm about to accept this vast power difference as my inevitable fate.
嘘。やだ。嘘でしょ。まさか。
I see Ia stunned and crying in front of the dark enemy. Yeah, this would be an emotional moment for Elia.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, given all she went through with Berserker. I reflexively reach out my hand. I managed to grab a tree trunk and put it into my endless flight. The good news is I stopped my flight. The bad news is I need a new arm. Again.
Damn. So that's 2 out of 4. We're halfway there.
The impact is like a hammer on my back. My nearly bursting heart swells and shrieks in agony. I can only take one breath. Even though I don't have enough oxygen, and that single breath threatens to pop me like a balloon. But I can still move. If I have 1 minute to breathe, I can run. I muster all my magic circuits and drive to drive my body.
どうしたのバーサーカー。私だよ。わからないの。
Ilia looks like she's been entranced by the dark foe. In her shock, she keeps whimpering in denial at the changing thing before her.
Oh, damn.
New costume? I gotta say, it really brings out the rage.
Shit. Right?
She's fixated on the dark enemy's identity. Kotomine said that it can't see. He was right, but not right. The servant has no eyes, nose, or mouth anymore. What are you talking about, Shiro? It's right there. I mean, you can't really see the nose, but you can see the mouth and eyes. Its gleaming red eye socket is capable of only bloodlust. Its entire body corroded by the black mud and the wounds that Saber inflicted, it's still there. It's something different now. Swallowed by the shadow, it's now a monster whose only purpose is destruction. I can't see what it's chasing. The Dark Berserker's eyeballs don't see Elia, never mind me. He's going into red roars now. It roars and raises its axe sword over the creature in front of it. All right, we're into another interlude at 15:3. There are a lot of interludes in this route, like goddamn. Hey, look! It's the house where we had sex when we had not sex in the Fate route.
It was just some kissing. Don't worry about it.
The priest faces his final moments. Kirei Kotomine leans against the wall, staring at the blurry skull in front of him. His vestments are battered and torn. His breathing is labored, and he's down to his last 3 black keys. The old man's chuckle echoes overhead. Can we please just kill him? We killed Shinji. Why can't we kill him? I mean, technically Sakura did that, and even then, technically not even Sakura, but the shadow possessing her. But still.
Somebody do something about this damn menace.
Assassin is silent, unlike his talkative master. To him, combat is work. The dark he aims at his target. His target's vitals are also meant to gauge his prey's strength. When the prey defends against the first dagger, that tells him its mobility. The second dagger reveals its mindset. He maintains a distance of 7 meters. The killer keeps his target at a distance where only thrown weapons are effective in order to measure its abilities. If he can't slay it in one blow, then he chases it to a point where that's possible. He cripples its limbs, wears out its stamina, and drives it to the point of heart failure. To Assassin, his daggers are merely steps to ensure a certain death. He uses the daggers to measure his prey's strength, forces it into a prime opportunity for a kill, and then finishes it off with his devil's arm. It is his work and a lifestyle that brings him no pleasure. While the work is dull, the priest is proved to be an unexpectedly intriguing mark. He has already used over 20 daggers. The daggers were thrown to gauge his opponent, but every strike was lethal. The priest broke out of the forest while fending off his attacks, arriving at these ruins. Impressive. Impressive.
So hold the fuck up. Like, Shiro is still running at this point, and
yeah.
yet still hasn't made it out of the forest. Kirei fucking stopped and started fighting, and now suddenly he's out of the forest. Is this fucking Dragon Ball Z or something? Like, they're just fucking flying around with this Kai and shit. Like, what the fuck are you, Kirei?
He's got the power of God and anime on his side.
Clearly. God.
And like, meanwhile, Assassin, impressive. You managed to dodge 1% of my daggers. And Kirei's like, wait, what? That was only 1%?
Now let's see how you handle the other 99. Don't worry, you'll become a limbless orphan soon.
Then he fucking does the deer shit. Zawarudo! Assassin had dismissed him as a mere mortal, but the priest's skills are worthy of admiration. But this is the end. The priest has no more strength left to run. His back is to a wall, and all he can do is watch Assassin. He has 3 black keys still concealed. Assassin dodged all 7 of the black keys he threw like bullets, and the weapons vanished into the woods. Throwing them, they went so far that they vanished. Or that
some guy just wakes up, checks his house, and like, and there's just a black key embedded in the side of the house. Like, where the fuck did this come from?
Just like several houses in a row in like Shinto or some shit, just have like 5 or so black keys is like embedded in the wall. Like, what the fuck?
One of them just goes straight through a car's window, through one side out the other, and like knocks over the mailbox. He's like, what the fuck is this? My god! Damn mages!
The skull shakes. Assassin throws daggers without making any visible motions. He targets the forehead, pancreas, and diaphragm. Simultaneously, the priest defends against the unleashed lightning with the black key in his hand. It is a foregone conclusion. A throwing technique which, once unleashed, is certain to spell victory. The 3 vital point attacks are a feint. Once Kirei parried the daggers, his fate is sealed. Zahondo! I'm not the first one to make that joke when it comes to Assassin.
I mean, it's appropriate.
A wing flutters open. Assassin's long cursed arm unfolds like a one-wing spear. Then you got Sephiroth to the side. Excuse me, that's my shit.
Damn, I can't believe that he pickpocketed Sephiroth.
It is an unavoidable attack. Assassin knows the priest's movements. He has firm understanding of his tired, bloodied prey's abilities. Thus, it is inevitable. He is Thanos. The prey may have avoided getting killed by the Dirks, but his life ends here. Even if he had some strength in reserve, the priest's body cannot keep up with his thoughts. The 3 daggers as he parried left him no choice but to jump to the side. He has no way to escape the arm from 4 meters away. The devil's arm extends. The priest shows no fear. He was prepared for this. He has anticipated everything. The feint, the attack from the storm as he defended himself, and the lack of any avenue of escape. Yes, this outcome was inevitable, no matter how much he struggled. That is why. His last resort is to sacrifice himself in a simultaneous strike. For a second there, when he said that, I thought you were Christian. Why are you invoking? Why are you invoking an Egyptian god?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
The skull chuckles. In reach for the priest's heart, the devil's arm crosses, paths with the black keys. That is not a problem. Only Assassin's arm took any damage. He learns that black keys can still strike him even at this range. But too bad for the priests. Even if they are imbued with magical effects, his black keys cannot defeat Assassin. The three thin swords will probably pierce Assassin and nail him into the tree behind him. But that's all. Just but a flesh wound. While the priest celebrates the fact that he finally wounded Assassin, he will die when an Assassin crushes his heart. Assassin's arm finishes as its work first. His noble phantasm, Zabania, positively touches the priest's chest and created a false heart. But it doesn't feel like it worked. The man's heart is empty. It doesn't react. Suddenly, an explosive impact rattles him. The three black keys slam Assassin into the tree and nail his cloak to it. He's astonished for two reasons. First, the black keys have stopped him from moving. And second, the priest's coat flutters. He jumps. I swear to God, if he's topless in the next CG. It's a comically high jump and like a human cannonball. He stored his strength until he let it out, performing a superhuman feat that instantly reduces 10 meters to 0. High above the lush trees, his hand closes around the head of Zoka-Mato, who had been enjoying the would-be execution. Crush it! Crush it! Crush it!
Yes, crush the worm.
Because God fucking damn it, Zoka needs to die!
Please kill this old bastard.
That much is obvious. His bodyguard has been pinned to a tree by 3 black keys. Hey Abso, welcome to the stream. How was your day? His bodyguard has been pinned by... Oh, I read that already. While they only inflict flesh wounds on Assassin, the blessed stakes also make it impossible for him to rescue the old man. Why did he challenge an enemy he knows he can't beat? Was this always his objective from the beginning?
I mean, he did say that he had business with you.
Yep. The priest takes a hold of the man's head and slams it into the ground.
打ち砕かれよ。破れたもの、老いたものを私が招く。私に委ね、私に学び、私に従え。休息を、歌を忘れず、祈りを忘れず、私を忘れず。私は軽く、あらゆる重みを忘れさせる。
He is merciless. Katamine slams the old mage's body into the ground, crushing his bones. Then he smashes his skull against the wall.
I mean, good. This old man needed to be bullied.
I mean, he's done it enough fucking times to Sakura.
Right.
装うなかれ。許しには報復を、信頼には裏切りを、希望には絶望を、光あるものには闇を、生あるものには暗い死を。
He walks, marking the wall with the trail of the old man's blood.
なんと救いようのない男よ。未だ人並みの幸福とやらを求めているのか。そのようなもの、お主には絶対にないと理解したのではなかったか。
And you've got a mouth for a guy getting his face smeared.
Right? Your jaw should be gone at this point. Come on now, dude.
Katamine grinds the mural of flesh and blood into the wall. All that's left after the old mage's body is his head. God damn. But bit by bit, it is filed away. Less than half of his head remains. As his brain is squished into paste, the old mage cackles one last time.
休息は私の手に。あなたの罪に油を注ぎ、印を記そう。
You see, secretly, Zoken was always a fan of Shakespeare. He's just happy to be playing the part of Yorick.
永遠の命は死の中でこそ与えられる。許しはここに。受肉した私が誓う。
Alas, poor Zoken. I wish I never knew him. And then as Zoken dies, that's not the line! You heathen!
How could you disgrace Shakespeare like this? And then Shakespeare is like off to the side somewhere just watching like, no, that was good actually. Bravo.
He would actually. He would.
He 100% would. For those who don't know, Shakespeare is actually a servant in the Fate universe.
Yes, he is.
そう、お前には永遠にない綺麗よ。主は生まれながらの欠陥者に過ぎん。この世の道理に溶け込めぬまま、生還者であり続けるがよい。
キリエ・エレイソン。
The cackling fades. A weight and shape imperceptible to the human eye fades into nothingness. Baptism rites. The church fixed its scriptures as the words of their God into a system. Within that magecraft foundation, baptism rites are said to be the most powerful tool against spirits. When souls are cut off from their bodies, is becoming lost and crazed, these keys of providence return them to the void. The 500-year-old mage's flawed convictions are sublimated in a final act of mercy. I can now return to the Limbless Orphans.
At last, I am free.
But with regards to Zoken, the fucker better be finally dead. Because I swear to God, if he's hanging around again, we're gonna have words.
He's probably hanging around again just so that Shiro can kick his face in too.
Time has stopped.
私こんなの嫌だよ
Ilya screams a plea, but the giant doesn't know who she is. It swings its greatsword down at her. I run. I was thrown about 10 meters, but I can cross that at an instant. I know I'll make it if I run. In the span of a single breath, our narcotic blood propellant will propel my body like a jet stream. And my thoughts will blaze like lightning. I take a step forward. My body feels light. I can feel time stop. And then all of a sudden, Star Platinum rises from Shiro.
Oh no. No, see, he has Archer's arms and Star Platinum's legs.
I can make it. I know I'll make it, but once I do... The black key had no effect. I had no effect. That's why. I rummaged through my armory, searching for something to make. Something that can beat him. Something that's strong enough to stop him here. How obvious. It can only be the greatsword he's holding. I blocked it. Yeah, this is kind of a moment, one of the moments that was spoiled for me. Because, well, not the context of it, but but I saw the CG that's going to come up right now. It floated around on like, I believe it was 4chan. I blocked it. I projected a weapon and as if it comes naturally to me and take the giant's axe sword head on. It cracked. Fissures form in the axe sword I projected. At the same time, the feedback from using something I shouldn't have used nearly kills me. I'm thrown through the air. The axe sword shatters against the giant's second attack, and my body tumbles along the ground like a piece of trash. Fading. My mind is fading. I can't think. I try to collect my scattered self, but I can't think. My left arm revolts against me. My blood overflows. The mere act of projection, even through my left arm, even though my left arm is still bound, has my IQ, and I feel an awful chill that tells me that there's no going back. That terrible premonition will turn out to be true. The first thing I'll lose will be the most precious to me. A tempest rages around me. I'm bathed in a blinding light. I can't see. I can't find it. I've lost sight of it amidst the pain. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. My ego becomes a grain of sand in the desert, never to be found by anyone ever again, and I'm thirsty, 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 thirsty.
シロ、しっかりして。ちゃんと自分を見つけなさい。
Ilya's here. I'm on the ground. The dark giant is about 10 meters away. Its red eyes dazzle as if searching for my thrown body. I just ordered this one. If you get up, Ryder will sit on your face, and then like that meme, boing, right up.
God.
I think it would get me to stand up.
I'm sure it would.
I have made it so no secret that I'm a colossal Medusa simp. This is no time to be taking a dirt nap. My body can still move. My only injuries are scratches from 3 branches. I'm only lightly bleeding. I'm missing half my torso, but I can't feel that. So my lungs feel tight. I gasp for air, trying to oxygenate my exhausted body. That's all. What's more important are my insides. I don't want to know what they look like, but I can still fight. I grab Elia's hand and start running. Even if I'm not injured, I need to catch my breath. I need to at least get out of his reach for a minute so that I can compose myself. However, I mean, he pulled a Shiro.
Yeah, you know, as you do.
Yep. Ilia resists my pull. Something's wrong. Berserker is behind Ilia, trying to pinpoint where we are. I can't think straight due to the lack of oxygen. I can't figure out why Ilia asked me that question. Ilia looks gloomy. My head won't work. So I just get angry instead. I pull Ilia's arm. She's so small, but she's trying to help me. It feels so terribly precious. She hammers her little fists on my head. I ignore it. I hug Ilia tight. Her eyes ask me why. What a dumb question. It doesn't matter why. I gotta say, every time we see the relationship between Shira and Ilia develop, it's just so cute.
They're so adorable. And it's like, God, they're so cute. Ilia is such a menace, but then like once she actually grows any kind of affection for Shiro, it's just the most fucking precious thing.
Yeah, really. Like, yeah, she's a murder child who doesn't think twice about taking someone's life, but like, that's not really her fault in the end. Like, no, like, I'm serious.
Kind of raised to be a weapon, so you know.
Yeah, she was raised to be a weapon, so that's all she knows. So like this relationship she builds with Shiro whenever she gets the chance, and she actually starts to like see a completely different way she can be.
Yeah, there's a little bit of humanity she doesn't realize that she has.
I mean, Technically.
I mean, not technically little sister, but you are kind of his stepsister. Now, whether you're his little sister is to be in question, but...
Yeah, like, I believe I read somewhere that Ilya's actually 18.
You cut off there. Didn't hear you.
Like, I read somewhere that Ilya's actually 18.
I'm not sure if 18. I know that she's a fully grown woman, despite her looks. But that's
yeah, like, her size is because she's a homunculus.
Yeah. And, like, she has the mind.
Yeah.
兄貴は兄貴だ。たとえ血が繋がってなくても、イリアは俺の妹だろ。
That's the dumbest fucking logic, Shiro. But you know what? Like, roll with it.
Wait, I kind of missed that. Let me read it. It doesn't matter. You called me big brother once, so I'm your big brother now. Even if we're not related by blood, you're my sister, Ilya. I mean, it is kind of dumb logic, but it's Shiro logic.
It is Shiro logic. You can't deny the Shiro logic. It's stupid, but by God, he lives by it.
Yep. And in an alternate universe, they actually are brother and sister. The dark giant turns this way. I can think later. Right now, I need to put as much distance between us as possible. It's a little strange. The speed with which Shiro Miya runs with Ilya in tow far surpasses what he knows he's physically capable of. Shiro Miya has become the boulder and started talking in the third person.
Oh no.
They come into a familiar clearing. The choking ragged breaths belong to Ilya. I'm guessing at this point, and we're getting somewhat of Archer bleeding in here.
Yeah, most likely, because like from what I remember, right, every time that he uses projection, it basically intensifies Archer's hold over him. So like he just conjured something really fucking huge.
Yep. I don't feel out of breath at all. Maybe my body's gone numb. It feels hard because I lack oxygen, but it's like I'm not even breathing. Like I'm a dead man. My heart has been on a complete strike for a while now. Ilya's fingers feel scarily hot as they grip mine. She's never had the physical strength to keep running like this. Her creator has never thought she'd have engaged in physical exercise like other humans while they were designing her, which is why they threw her out into the wilderness.
You don't need exercise. Don't worry about it. You're just supposed to be a magic circuit anyway. They'll stick you in a mansion out there. Like, you know, like you can walk around if you want to, but I don't recommend running around in that forest. There's bears out there.
I have a headache. Knowledge I don't know is entering my brain. They're distractions. They need to get away from here. The giant is closing in on us, even though its intellect and senses are sealed. For a while, it seems to go in the wrong direction, but I don't like how fast it's getting. My legs are shaking, and I calmly judge that I won't be able to move more than 10 meters. Ilya can't run anymore either. We could try to hide, but there's no cover around here to conceal us. Naturally, it wouldn't do a lick of good to hide from a berserker that can't see to begin with. We can count one small blessing. There's a crevice in the clearing that widens into a ditch. It's a scar that savors noble phantasm left left on the ground. We can reenact The Hobbit, not The Hobbit. We can reenact Lord of the Rings.
God.
I take Elia and jump into the ditch. The trench is easily wide enough for two. I rest my back against the bare earth. I look up at the sky, clenching my breath. If the sky looked small and cut off from us, it's like we're underground. I take deep breaths. I use the short pause to rest and calm my frayed mind. But our repose lasts for a moment. Only lasts for a moment. The giant won't lose us. No matter where we run, it'll track us down, capture us, and slaughter us. The girl next to me is curled up, trying to keep her voice down. Elia stifles her voice and hugs herself, trying not to burden me. We're at the end of the line. We can't run anymore. I can't keep it in check. I look at the red shroud around my left arm. Our one way out has been waiting for me to unlock it. I'll die. Kotamine said that it's the fuse on a time bomb. I'm reminded of my earlier pain. A single projection almost shattered me. I can't imagine how agonizing it would be once I unwrap this arm. The trigger is always my mind. If I reach for the shroud, it's no different from putting the muzzle of a gun in my mouth and pulling the trigger. The hammer will fall if I unwrap the shroud. My brain will be blown out the back of my skull, and everything will end. Make up your damn mind. I've always known the answer. I'll bring Elia back and save Sakura. I know what that means. I'll keep protecting Elia, defeat the alien shadow, and tear Sakura away from it. That's the impossible miracle I've wished for. Even now, I desire that outcome with every fiber of my being. I know it's a dream, an ideal, that will never come true, but I've never even considered giving up on it. So I have to go. I'll save Sakura and help Elia. I can't do it. Sakura is dying. Her path contains nothing but destruction. Someone told me that it would take a miracle to save her. That's right. Salvation that humans can't achieve. To acquire a miracle that you can't achieve on your own, you have to pay an appropriate price. You can't protect yourself while saving someone else. What if the only way to rescue Sakura from her path is ruin? Is to have from her path to ruin is to have someone else trade places with her. The earth trembles. A living tempest is charging towards us. I kind of love this as a mirror because that's exactly what Archer said that's exactly what Archer asked Rin in the Fate route.
I never even noticed that. Shit.
Yeah, he's like, is it alright if I just beat his ass?
Don't mind the fact that I was struggling just a few seconds ago. You know what? I got this.
She realized that I'm
holding. It's time to beat his ass.
She's realized that I'm holding my left arm with my right hand.
それはなんとか我慢する。死にそうになってもなんとか我慢するから。イリアは心配しなくて。
It'll take more than myself to kill me.
Listen, people don't always die when they are killed.
俺だって悪いことができたぞ。
I mean, she has proven that without a doubt. Several
Oh,
times
yeah.
over the course of this game.
シロ
じゃあ行ってくれ。イリアはここで待っててくれ。
With my right hand, I give Ilya a light pat on the head and walk along the trench. I leave Ilya. I lure Berserker away and fight him head on. I need to make sure we're far enough away that Ilya doesn't get involved. I touch the knot securing the holy shroud to my left shoulder. It's tied tightly around my wrist so that I have to undo it from the shoulder. Once it's untied, I can tear the rest of it off. When I do, the pain I'll feel will be dozens of times worse than anything I've experienced so far. Katamine called.
You've been through some shit.
Yeah. Katamine called it the fuse on a time bomb. I'll ignite it once I take off the shroud. I don't know if I'll explode 1 minute later or 1 day later, but I'm certain that there's no putting out the flame once it's lit. My tongue is dry. I can't shake off the fear, even though I know what's coming. I'm so nervous I want to scream. I wonder if I'll stay sane. I'm utterly terrified of myself. It's only natural that I'll die. My being here makes that a foregone conclusion. But if I'm going to be killed anyway, then I want to keep living as long as I can. So there's only one thing I'm afraid of. I hope that my mind won't break before my body does. Until then, I've got to Aura Farm. Will I withstand the pain? Will I forget who I am, who Ilya is, before the fight even starts? Will I even forget my vow to protect her? That's what I'm afraid of. More than anything else. That's why I kept this sealed away. I told myself that I'd never use this arm, even if my life was in danger. What's happened to Berserker could happen to me too. I might give in to the pain, lose my mind, and turn into something like that. I'll always be afraid of that as long as I have this left arm. It's the embodiment of the nightmare where I'm killed. And yet, if I know that, then why am I still here? Don't worry about that. As I think that, there's only one reason I'm still here. I wanted to live until until it was time to use this arm. He knew I'd need it, so he entrusted it to me. He said that I would judge myself. Ilya said that I've done nothing wrong.
それで十分だ。
I'll redeem myself here. I betrayed myself and sacrificed so many lives. But there's something I still won't compromise on, and I'll keep living for it. I channel my strength into my red punishment. Will I live or will I die? I take a deep breath, bracing myself for what's to come, and tear the shroud. In an instant, the world falls apart. That was a lot of pretend writing right there. Despair howls.
Has a lot to say.
The gust exceeds 100 kilometers per second. I'm being battered by a tempest that no person, no living thing could possibly survive in. It isn't even wind anymore. The air pressure is a steel storm crushing my body.
In this essay, I will explain how I am the bone of my soul.
That suddenly reminded me of that meme that floated around 4chan for a while. Like the one where where like the kid was where like this guy named Mike was made to write an essay, and he basically does like a parody of the he basically does like a parody of the Unlimited Blade Works incantation.
Oh no, I have not seen that. No.
It was lovingly called something like something for Mike or something like that. But it basically I don't remember all of it, but it's like it started with "I am the bone of my essay," and the teacher circled the bone and put it note. Did you mean Bane?
God, that's delightful.
It would be really cool if it would be really nice to see that just like come up at some point. It's like a very old meme at this point. It was like early 2000s, but somewhere in the 2000s, but still. It crushes me into a wall. I can't move a finger, much less lift my arms. My blood flows backwards. My mind is bleached clean. There's no pain. The concept of feeling and enduring pain is far too human. Unlimited essay works!
Right. In this essay, I will explain how fire is my blood.
I melt. I can't even cry out in defiance. I have nothing. No way to resist. I need to move forward, but I can't even lift a finger. You see, it's still is my body, and fire is my blood. I melt into the white. My body and mind then crumble into senselessness. Forward. Why am I here? Still forward. What did I become like this for? Beyond. What am I fighting for? Go forward, past this wind. Want to know how I created over 1,000 blades? If we actually, if the number of those actually add up to the entire incantation, that would be amazing.
That would be absolutely fantastic.
I vanish. My mind held on, and even after my body had failed long ago, but now it disappears. I can't hold it together. I can't move no matter how hard I try. I can't hang on no matter how determined I am. I try to focus every fiber of my being into clenching my right hand. If I can do that, then I can plant my feet. If I can move any part of my body, I'll use that as a foothold to move forward. I can't move my fingers, much less make a fist. My left eye is pulverized. The howling wind punctures my eardrums. My consciousness and sight are fading. Amidst it all, I see an impossible vision. For I am unknown to death, yet unknown to life. He's standing. He's standing in the middle of this wind. He's trying to make it to the other side, like it's the natural thing to do. He's walking through the steel wind and scarlet cloak fluttering. So, as I pray, Unlimited Blade Works? I clench my jaw, hearing my teeth grinding. My right hand has been balled into a fist all this time. The Red Knight doesn't look at me. He turns slightly, revealing a grim face. He doesn't care that I'm about to be swallowed by the wind. He foresaw this outcome. Shiromiya cannot defy this wind. Cannot. He's known all along that there's no future for a man who betrays himself and clings to wishes he can't handle. His words are correct. Someday I'll be judged for my accumulated debts. And yet his back says, with contempt, with faith, he's waiting for me to arrive. Oh my god, oh my god! The Unlimited Blade Works theme is kicking back.
Oh no. Oh shit.
My
It's
vision
getting real
burns.
now.
Heat bursts into my senseless body. I cut through the wind with my limbs, as if I'm swinging great swords. With all my strength, I charge past to his red back. I step onto the earth. The wind has gone still. The dark giant is 30 meters away. He can reach me in less than 3 seconds. That's why. I'll finish this in 3 seconds. Wait a second, I took that thing off! What the fuck? Someone didn't get the memo!
Oh, someone didn't want to have to redraw their work.
My mind is razor sharp. I know my fighting strength. The projection of matter, leveraging principles of creation, fundamental points, structure materials, manufacturing techniques, host experience, and accumulated time. A reality marvel that overlays the map of the world imprinted in my soul onto the world. A manifestation of my mental world, according to the Magecraft theory of the world egg. I inherited Archer's accumulated skills, experience, and physical strength. Correction, I failed to load his physique. I'll still die if Berserker slashes me. I cannot use his reality marvel, Unlimited Blade Works. Archer's inner world is different from mine. I can't recreate it. All I can replicate is the noble phantasms he recorded, and the things which Shiromiya has personally learned. If I decided to draw a noble phantasm from my left arm, it will search Unlimited Blade Works for the most appropriate weapon to my purpose and replicate it. Be warned, however, projection is a double-edged sword. If I use it even once, I'll hold my breath and cram all my magical energy into my left arm. I just need a weapon that I can use. I'm aware of the risks. Further ahead, I'll go past this wind and strike myself down. All the circuits, baby!
Oh, hell yeah. Every single one of them.
I stare at him. I take in every millimeter of his greatsword. I spread my my left hand and take hold of an imaginary weapon that has yet to appear. And it's incredibly massive. Sure, I can't handle the sword, but this left arm can replicate the enemy's monstrous strength.
Can barely hold the damn thing. But
Yeah.
My God, he's gonna use it.
Imagine he like created finger holes to put it into it or some shit. Something
Cut
breaks.
off it there, I think.
I said I would. I imagine he made finger holes to put in his fingers in or some shit.
Yes. Have it like a brass knuckle, but supersized.
A part of my chest shattered and with a metallic sound. My skeleton buckles under the flow of magical energy. It's pathetic, like an apple peel.
いくぞ
I'm beyond worrying. And the arm will make up for my broken parts. I devote my undivided attention to killing my enemy. I do like the detail that the left arm is darker than the rest of his body, because obviously it is Archer's arm.
There's that, and it's also missized for him.
He's noticed. His bloodlust focuses on me. The Dark Giant senses my magecraft as a hostile act, and his eyes move. They're like black, ominous stars. The giant roars a death cry that storm them in to slaughter his enemy. Berserker. In his rage, the giant hasn't changed. He's still trapped in his battle with Saber. Blind, insane, and rotting, he died as a second death while still fighting to protect Elia. 1 second. The charging giant won't stop at one attack. Again, normal projections won't save me. My trace projections won't work on him. I can't defeat this giant unless I project something beyond my limits. So I
トリガーオフ
load projection. I visualize 9 blows. I duck the first swing, activating all 27 latent magic circuits in my body. 2 seconds. He's in front of me. The greatsword comes down. Air pressure viciously whips me. I step in to meet the assault. My aim focuses on 8 vital points.
セットナインナイスブレイドワークス
I surpass his sonic speed with a godlike swiftness on my own.
So basically, he just used Tsukami Geishi, but on steroids.
He won't go down. Berserker's still standing, even after being ravaged by his own weapon. I take another step forward. My left hand holds the giant's sword. I'm faster. Berserker's dying and without 8/10 of his body. I can finish him first. I lift the sword to chest height and drive it in like a spear. But I lost. My initiative didn't matter. I used every drop of my rule-breaking power I was given, and I lost. Yeah, because Berserker has to be killed like 12 times, one for each labor. Berserker's attack comes swinging down. It kicks up a tempest and buffets me. I twist my body, evading with all my might. I saw the attack coming. I can dodge this. Berserker's slash will only graze my temple. But even then, that would be lethal. He only needs to graze me by a few millimeters to kill me. A direct blow would be literally earth-shattering. A close shave by the sword tip would splatter my head like tofu. I don't even like tofu. The great sword swoops in. My vision freezes the instant my head is about to be taken off. But his greatsword swung with menacing drive. Halts with equally frightening abruptness. The executioner's axe stopped short of my neck. The dark giant is looking at something. Okay, Fur. The dark giant is looking at something in front of him, not at me. His mindless eye is staring at a pale girl peeking out of the trench. I pierce him. I don't miss the opportunity to mercilessly drive my sword through Berserker's heart. He doesn't fight back. This time, the giant's remaining life crumbles to dust. In those vital moments, his fading red eyes urge me to protect her. Unwrap the Holy Shroud. Unwrap the Holy Shroud and fought Berserker. The battle only lasted a moment. It really was finished in the span of a single breath. With trembling lips, the boy told the girl he was leaving. He took the red binding in his hand, and then left her side, swallowing his fatigue and his worry. She came out of the ditch to stop him. For an instant, and she watched his back shrink into the distance, unsure what to say or if she should stop him, until she couldn't take it and came out after him. Less than 10 seconds had passed. That brief hesitation decided the outcome of the duel. She emerged from the trench. The battle was already over. The giant protector looked at her as he disappeared. A breeze entered the clearing, as if to announce the end of the fight. All she can see is the boy's back. The battle is over. The arm is no longer a heroic spirit arm. A heroic spirit's arm. The boy challenged death with his own power and won. That is crazy. She keeps watching over him. From behind, it seems as if he'll never look at her again. Free from the Holy Shroud, the victorious boy looked so gallant. He won't show any more doubt. The moment he tore the shroud off and created a projection, he cast off all distractions. She watches him gloomily from behind. The boy has become someone else, something else. He had chosen a foolish but noble conclusion, but there's no going back. I restart my frozen lungs. My left arm feels hot, and the entire body aches. An electric eel coils its way through my body. I can't possibly stand. Hurry. I need to hurry and wrap my arm in the shroud again. I'll hit the time limit unless I escape this pain. But I can't seal it back up quite yet. I can rest and put down this arm. Oh shit. Once I defeat her.
Saber.
I face Saber. I swallow my pain and steel myself for another fight. Saber slowly approaches, as if she had always intended to tag in for the defeated giant. She stops. She's 7 meters away, close enough for her to close the gap and strike in one breath. I face her head on. I'm going to die. I can't move after fighting Berserker. I won't be able to avoid being cut in two when Saber rushes me. That's not all. I won't be able to beat her, even if I was at my best. No matter what I do, I can't project anything stronger than Saber's noble phantasm. So, this outcome is certain. The only person who can defeat Saber is someone with a noble phantasm rivaling hers. But that's a contradiction. In sheer offensive power, Saber has the ultimate noble phantasm. Well, there might be heroic spirits with stronger weapons than her sacred sword, but they're not in this Holy Grail war. Right now, only Saber's sword can defeat her. So it's a contradiction. In this situation, Saber is the strongest servant. The last time I saw Sakura, she had an inconceivable amount of magical energy. Excuse me. Even Sakura wouldn't be able to beat Saber. And like when I was as her master, Saber now has an adequate energy source. She is effectively invincible.
無駄なことを。あなたではさくらは救えないと忠告した結果がそれか。
Saber's voice is stone cold. That's the signal. She comes to cut me down without a shred of hesitation or mercy. So what? I can't let her kill me here. I can't lose even if I'm fighting Saber. I might not be able to beat her, but I can at least take Ilya and get away.
だが幸運だな。自滅する者に関わっている場合ではなくなった。さくらが私を呼んでいる。
Saber turns her back to me and starts heading deep into the forest.
運ではなく、自らの手で勝ち取った成果か。あなたはバーサーカーを倒した。その決意がこの結果を引き寄せた
On the one hand, rude. On the other hand, thanks, I guess.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Saber leaves without turning back. I can't stop her. She's the enemy. Whatever her reasons, I can only be grateful that she let us go. I'm wounded from head to toe. I can't afford to ask an enemy to stay. I bit back the pain and turned in the opposite direction as Saber fades into the distance. I need to take Ilya and leave the forest. Saber isn't our only enemy. We might have gotten away from Sakura and the Shadow, but Zoken is still a threat as long as he's around. Not if Kyrie did his job right.
Yeah, hopefully Kirei finished the bastard off.
I know what's happening to my body. I know what will happen. I have 3 projections left. No, even one would be risky. If I want to stay in one piece, I can't face Zoken and Assassin in this condition. There's no point until my body tears itself apart right after I win. I need to keep my promise to Tosaka and save myself for that final effort. I might not be able to fight anymore, but there's still hope.
シロ
I hear Ilya's voice.
ああ、今は少しでも早く森を出よう。セイバーの、いや、さくらの気が変わったら今度こそ逃げきれない。
I can't look at Ilya. My heartbeat drums a cacophony that's bouncing around inside my skull. And another interlude. Purification by holy sword. Petrification. Can you tell I'm a Medusa simp? The priest's exorcism dispersed Zokamato's spiritual body. Only 2 men are left in the clearing. Kyrie Kotamine leans against the wall, bloody and battered, his robes stained red. Assassin is pinned to a tree by black keys. He turns to face the voice. Assassin is gone. Only a bloodstain and the black keys remain embedded in the tree.
虫を触媒にしてこちらに干渉する霊体だと知っていた。故に肉体をちぎったところで効果はない。殺すのなら跡形もなく肉体をすりつぶすか。貴様のように霊体そのものに攻撃するか。
Like, I'm pretty sure Assassin is still in the game for the time being.
Yeah, because
he has battle continuation, I believe.
Yeah, plus we still haven't.
No, independent action. That's what it was.
Yeah, independent action. And we still haven't got his true name.
なるほど。人間にしては強いくくりでとどまっていた魔術師殿だが、経典による聖言には弱かろう。悪霊払いとはよく言ったものだ。魔頭造剣にとって貴様は天敵だったということか。
The priest doesn't answer. He checks his injuries. His bleeding has stopped. He's lost his weapons, but he isn't critically wounded. And a few minute threat should be enough to recover his strength.
それでどうするのだ、アサシ。お前のマスターは消えた。魔力提供がなくなったお前ならば、私の聖言でも十分に通用するが。だろうな。この体はじき消える。新しいマスターを得なければ、この森に漂う浮遊霊と大差はない。この身は一日を待たず下級霊のこの世から消えるだろう。
Yeah, certainly there's no one nearby.
そうだ。
Who happens to have command seals for a previous Grail War or anything.
私でも傷は与えられる。それでどうなのだ。主の敵討ちを
I
する
imagine
か。
Ku has already bid it this run.
Yep.
それほど水郷ではない。
Dang. So yeah.
魔術師殿は慢心によって敗北した。私の落ち度とは思えぬ。思えぬが、合点のいかぬことがある。それを聞かねば収まりがつかん。ザバーニーヤの不成功か。シャイタンより譲り受けた腕と見たが、ザバーニーヤの名を冠する以上、私に効き目はない。それは人を罰するものゆえ、同種の存在を呪えるものではない。すでに人のものではない私の心臓は、呪いにはめっぽう強い
God,
の
that's such
だ。
a bullshit excuse from Nasu.
Yep.
God. That's typical Natsu, though.
やは 様の心臓はあの娘と同じだった。貴様、すでに汚染されていたな。
The priest doesn't answer. His lips only curl into a sardonic smile.
だとしてもなぜ知っていた？貴様の行動は私の腕が効かないと知っていなければできぬことだ。貴様は初めから私に宝具を使わせるつもりでいたな。そうだな。お前の腕は知っていたぞ、アサシン。
You see, I read the script. And made up bullshit.
心臓と全く同じ偶像を作り、反響存在とすることで、実像の心臓とすり替える呪いの腕。私のサーバントはその腕によって破れたのだ。では
They were witnessing the explanation of Zabadia. It's like, oh, that's a hell of an armor.
奴が生き絶える瞬間までな。
There's a lot of wild shit in this series.
Yep.
Well, yes.
This doesn't even crack the top 10.
As Metis says, this doesn't even crack the top 10 of wild shit.
Oh, oh.
Oh yeah. Have a good day at work, baby. I love you.
知っていたのは当然だろう。ランサーを倒した時点で
God,
お前
if
の
she
死体
only
は
knew.
決まっている。
At some point, she's gonna learn about the servant verse.
確かにこれは失態だ。
Assassin clicks his tongue with loathing. He dismisses his bloodlust. Disappointed, he leaves, and priests respond. And the priest's response seems to have satisfied his curiosity.
次の契約者を探しに行ったか。大方、次の雇用主はマトサクラといったところだが。
Oh yeah, how long has it been since you saved?
It has been a while. I should now.
Yeah, go ahead and pop yourself a save real quick. Because I haven't seen you save once in this 2 hours that I've been here.
The priest has no problem with that. As long as Zokan doesn't kill Sakura Mato, he doesn't care. Zokan wishes for immortality. Obtaining Sakura's body will satisfy that desire. Ew!
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that sounds on brand for Zulkin.
Yep. As long as the old man is alive, the curse gestating within the Holy Grail War will never be born. Please stop using that language! I mean,
I feel like there's a reason for this language, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously I know why. It's because it's the same reason why they replaced the hentai scenes in the throughout with like vampirism stuff. It's because like that's the closest you can get to sex without it actually being sex. And you can't completely divorce sex from Sakura's backstory because she's a survivor.
Yeah. Sakura has had such a bad time.
Yep. It would be meaningless to have Sakura become an insect's vessel after she has grown this much. He needs her to keep being a master, because...
そう、お前には永遠 主は生まれながら欠落しておる。
He feels slightly dizzy when he stands up. He must be exhausted. The priest leans against the wall and sleepily closes his eyes for a time. It happened 10 years ago. Flawed from the moment you were born, the man tried many things after he realized this truth. In his youth, he did not understand morals, but he did possess common sense. He attempted to overcome this flaw, but it was not to be. His pain and struggle ended in failure. His last effort was a woman. It was a simple tale. Any man dreams of loving someone of the opposite sex, having a family, and dying a peaceful death. No one spurned that peace or fails to dream of it. He was no exception. Even if it didn't appeal to him at all, he decided that it would be nice to have, and he loved a woman to obtain and some measure of human-like happiness. He chose a woman with no future. She was ill, with only few years left to live. Did he choose her because of that, or because he had no other choice? Even now, he's not sure why. They spent about 2 years together. The man tried to love the woman. The woman did her best to love him back, and she gave him a child. But the outcome did not change. The man found happiness in this woman's suffering and his child's despair. The more he tried to love her, the more she suffered. To him, it was the only saving grace of their bond. The contradiction did not bother him. He is not even sure that if he suffered. But the more the woman tried to soothe him, the more he found himself wanting to see her grief. She was a saint, and she was frail, but he would have called her. She was frail, but he would have called her a saint. It need not be how profound her faith was, but how well she understood his rage. That is why he nearly despaired. He would never again meet someone who understood him so well and tried to heal him. But even this woman could not fill the void within him. So there was no need to question his life any longer. He was born flawed. His birth was a mistake. He concluded that if he was a mistake, then he should disappear. He went to part ways with the woman before his death. He married her as an experiment, so he was obliged to let her know it was over. Oh yeah, true husband material over here. He'll give you all the limbless orphans.
You want kids? I'll give you kids.
The woman loved Kotamine. Kotamine tried to love her too. That's all there was to it. The end came all too quickly. He told her, in a room surrounded by stone walls. But then I met him. The woman smiled on her deathbed, her body all skin and bones, and could not even stand anymore. Oh, I was thinking I thought that this may be suggesting that Sakura was actually Kotamine's daughter. But then I remembered there's a particular character in Fate Hollow Ataraxia.
Oh, I don't know anything about that one, unfortunately.
I do know some things. That's another thing that there were some elements of that one that was kind of spoiled for me. But on a minor level. But it's like We'll get to that when we get to it, because there is a remaster to Hollow Ataraxia coming. I think they said it would be released this year.
I think I might try and get it at some point. Like, I'm interested in a lot of things in the Fate series, but I never did actually get to read all of it. Having a proper release would be pretty nice.
Yeah, same. I'm definitely going to get it and stream it when it comes out. Though it is a great deal longer than Stay Night. It's got 5 routes. Then she smiled and ended her own life. He didn't try to stop her. There would have been no point in doing so. The woman had a terminal illness. She would have died sooner or later. He knew that when he chose her. As her consciousness faded, the blood-soaked woman looked up at the man and laughed. Of course, he didn't shed a single tear. He only looked that way to her. With her death, the woman proved to him that he could love someone, and that his life was worth living. He left the room without saying another word and abandoned the Lord's teachings. Yes, he did think it was sad, but not because she died. In that moment, he thought,
oh, God.
He's a keeper, ladies!
Right? I don't think he was particularly invested in the Lord's teaching.
Well, I'll say this. I do think he did love her. But his brain clearly doesn't work like anyone else's. It's like he is without a doubt a psychopath. And
he definitely does function in a different way.
Yeah, I did learn a bit about psychopathy some time ago, because there's this YouTuber called I think her name is Georgia Daw. She's a therapist, and she reacted. She did character analysis while Hell of a Boss was coming about. When it came to Adam, he talked about narcissists and how they work, and when it came time for her to talk about Alistair, she talked about how psychopaths work. And yeah, from the revelations that have been coming through with Heaven's Feel, Kotomine does come off to me like a psychopath.
Absolutely. The way that he's been explained through both the Fate Stay Night games and through Fate Zero, I'm 100% certain that he actually has textbook psychopathy. Because that's the whole deal. In even the Fate route, I believe it was mentioned that he commented on not having a moral compass like other people did. And that was really the thing that clued me in on that. He tried to be moral, but received no kind of gratification from it. And it was just it's not for me. This moral shit isn't for me.
Yep.
I get joy from things that other people don't.
Yeah. He did not mourn her death, but lamented the fact that he couldn't enjoy it. It happened a long time ago. Can't remember her face anymore, never mind her voice. But sometimes he thinks,
私が手を下したから
would that have brought him joy? Or was it because he loved her that he was sorry he couldn't kill her? He would sever that train of thought whenever he found himself dwelling on it. That question should be left to eternity. The woman's death was meaningless because her devotion failed to change him. But he did not want it to be worthless. He would never try to answer that question. It happened a long, long time ago. It was the memory of a man nourished by the misfortune of others, who found fulfillment in the world's corruption. After that, the man met his arch nemesis, Kuretsuga Miya, a mage who chose to invalidate everything the man might have wanted for himself. The priest opens his eyes. It seems he was asleep for a while. After confirming that his strength has returned, he begins walking. To catch up to Shiro and Miya.
どこにも行けない。だって、あなたはここで死ぬんだもの。
A girl blocks his path. Hi, Sakura! I see you've had a little change of clothes. And you dyed your hair too. White looks good on you. She has completely changed. She is clothed in her own shadow. Her dark magical energy clothes her like a part of her own body. The sheer amount of her magical energy and her existence are no longer that of a human's. Her spiritual caliber has now reached the level of a pure heroic spirit, a counter guardian.
完全に汚染されたな、マトウサクラ。体だけではない。精神まであの呪いに同調しなければ、そこまでの変貌はない。認めたな。自分が怪物なのだと。開き直ったというわけだ。
The priest denounces her, even though he wished for it. He scolds her for becoming drunk on her own power.
そう。自分の力に酔うのはいけませんか。けど、きっと仕方のないことなんですよ。もっとみんなが優しかったら、私だってもう少しぐらい我慢したと思うんです。けど、きっと仕方のないことなんですよ。これ。
Okay, so I'm assuming a lot of people who read this initially called bullshit. And this kind of brings me back to what I was talking about before, when we had the scene where she killed Shiro. Not Shiro. No, killed Shinji. This is the thing about empathy. Like you don't have to like the character, but at least empathize with their trauma. Sakura has lived such a shit life. She has lived a life full of abuse. She's been experimented on, and then you've had the assault,
which happens repeatedly and regularly at that.
Yes, and everything like that. No shit, she would turn out like this. Shiro was practically her only her only pillar of support. and like that eventually started to crumble in her eyes. So this is why I myself don't hate Sakura even after all this shit, because she's a victim, and this is her with the power of an external with the power of an external force influencing her, lashing out and at an entire world she believes is against her.
Yeah, it's like you can feel that she is in the wrong and you would be right, but you can still like empathize and understand where she's coming from. A vast majority of people would break under the conditions that Sakura did, and I would be loath to think that anybody would actually not turn out in a similar fashion if they managed to keep any will of their own at all.
Yeah, people are probably going to say, "Oh, but she was so cute and happy, and then she did this complete 180. She was smiling through the pain the whole time, with her only pillar of solace."
Yeah, she was smiling through the pain, and then, as you said, like whenever she was seen smiling, she is right there with the person that she actually really liked.
Yep.
And that had actually shown any kind of support to her. So yeah, that makes bearing the pain a lot easier.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you have to like Sakura, just like understand where she's coming from. And I'm saying this because this is also goes back to my feelings towards Shinji. I still hate Shinji with a passion. The only person I hate more at this point is Zoken. But I understand that, and like part of the reason, I understand that the reason why Shinji became became the person he is because he was also in that toxic family.
He was literally groomed into becoming the person that he is. So
yeah.
It's like, it doesn't excuse his actions at all. He's still an absolute awful bastard that deserves the deepest pits of hell, but also, like, he turned out that way for a reason, unfortunately.
Yeah. The reason, and a huge reason I revile him so much is because he was complicit in the shit that Sakura went through.
Yeah, that's part of why I still find it a little too hard to emphasize with Shinji in any respect, because he was part of what she survived.
Yeah.
ほう。我慢とは何をかな。
自分をですよ、神父さん。こうなってやっと認められました。私を捨てた遠坂の家。私とは何もかも違う。何不自由なく生きてきた姉さん。怖いおじい様とかわいそうな兄さん。私の痛みも知らず平穏に過ごす街並み。こうなってやっと認められました。私この世界が嫌いなんです。
Sometimes I just like click through too fast to this shit.
そういうのが今はすごく許せないんです。これが八つ当たりだって理解しています。けど悪いことだって分かっていても思ってしまうんです。
Also, just sent a message that his cat is on the desk with him and taking a nap. Yes, give me a kiss, Apso.
そう、今まで私を助けてくれなかったすべてに私を思い知らせてあげたらどんな顔をするのかって。
The girl smiles in grim delight. The priest is unaffected. He looks at the girl like something
変
dirty.
わったなマトサクラ。なるほど。その闇も適合するための素質だったというわけか。
Warm kitty.
変わりました。私は今までの麻藤さくらじゃない。あんな弱い子はもういないの。そう、今までみんな私を苦しめてきたんだもの。その仕返しに私がみんなを苦しめてあげるだけ。ただ耐えているだけの私はとっくに消えたわ。
She giggles. Multiple personalities. Sakuramoto is gone, replaced by a separate personality that was sleeping within. It's the only explanation for her wildly different, charming attitude. But
何を言う。隠す必要などないぞマトサクラ。
the priest denies her with the blunt sentence.
何をですか。
隠す必要などないと言った。お前は別人格などではない。泥に飲まれ、暴力に酔うお前もまたマトサクラだ。異なる人格を用意し、マトサクラは悪くないなどと言い訳をする必要はない。
The girl's face stiffens. Is it true? The blackened girl grits her teeth and glares back at the priest.
何を。あなたが私をこうしたくせに。
Her shadow is in concert with her loathing. They rode everything around her like a blaze. The speed with which her shadow covered the ground is nothing like before.
否定はせん。私がお前を生かしたのは、あれのマスターを続けさせるためだ。その期待に応え、お前は見事アベンジャーを誕生させようとしている。私ではできなかったことを、お前は難なくやってのけたのだ。
I didn't expect to even see any mention of Avenger in this game.
Me neither, to be honest.
難なくなんかじゃない。私がどれだけ苦しかったのか、今もどれだけ苦しいのか知りもしないで。
知らんし、知る必要もない。小娘の恨み事を聞くほど水郷ではないのでな。
そう。
Okay, I gotta go take a food break. I'll be back and we'll extend. I'll be back in a bit and we'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
I think I need to go for now. So, thanks so much for having me. It's been fun watching.
All right, thanks for coming.
Yeah, of course. Sorry,
I'll
I
keep the
couldn't
line.
stay
I'll keep the line open just in case Captain wants to join in at some point if he's feeling up to it.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. All right. If anything changes, I'll be back in.
All right,
But have a good one.
you too. All right, I'm back, and I was gone for about 15 minutes. We'll see if that matters.
So そうですね。私も知ってほしいなんて思わない。そんな簡単に同情なんてされてやらない。私はこれから一方的に思い知らせる立場なんですから。
A cruel smile plays across her lips. The priest doesn't hesitate to retreat. He moves with the same swiftness that caught Zoken in midair. He only takes one bound away. The girl is an amateur, despite her enormous magical power. He can easily get away from someone who lacks experience in both combat and magecraft.
バカな人。逃げられると思うの。私から。
She snickers. Instantly, the priest goes limp and tumbles to the ground. He tumbles down. Hireko Tamine crumbles, spewing something red from his mouth. It doesn't stop. He keeps vomiting blood, and each time he tries to fill his lungs with air, he coughs more blood.
どうですか？心臓をわしづかみにされた感想は。どこにいようと、あなたの命は私の手の上なんですよ。神父さん、あなたはもう10年前に死んでいた。ヘミやキリズクに心臓を撃ち抜かれて死んだんです。それでも生きてこれた理由はただ一つ。あなたは誰だったかな。この前食べたサーバントさんなんですけど。
God damn, and remember...
名前なんていいですよね。
And remember who that servant is!
あの金色の人が聖杯の中身を浴びて、まずあれとつながった。けど、あの人は汚染できなくて、あれはマスターであるあなたに流れていったんですよね。そうしてあなたは蘇生した。アベンジャー、アンリマユから魔力を供給されることで一命を取り留めたんです。
そうか。では今の。はい。
あなたはアンリマユとつながっている。けどアンリマユはもう私でしょ。だから潰してあげたんです。今まであなたを生かしていたかりそめの心臓を壊しました。お望みなら中身を全部潰してあげましょうか。私の手はあなたがどこにいようとその中身を引きずり出せるんですから。
The girl raises a hand. Her gracious offer isn't sincere at all. She has no intention of letting the priest leave alive. She'll just laugh and kill him if he begs for his life. She'll take back the temporary life that sustained him. After all, it belongs to her. Even if the amount of magical energy he has is equivalent to a speck of dust in the corner of her bedroom, she doesn't need to let him have it.
さよなら。私を生かしてくれたことだけは感謝しますね。神父さん。
The girl's lovely fingers curl around an invisible doll. There's a squeezing noise. The priest on the ground is wrung out like a rag. Just one more twist. Less than a second, the priest will die completely. But just before that... The girl crumbles to her knees. She's savaged by nausea and discomfort. She claws at the ground as if pleading for help. The shadows expand. Something must have happened. The black robe covering her body suddenly blooms before returning to its original size.
けるなんて。
There can't be any other reason. Berserker was defeated. With his death, the pure magical energy of his soul flowed into the girl, the Holy Grail. Her mind twists. Sakuramoto's personality is pushed further to the edge. There shouldn't be any more room but a massive... Why is it doing that? There shouldn't be any more room, but a massive soul has her pressed against the wall. She'll disappear. She'll be gone for good. At this rate, Sakuramoto would disappear. She remembered she meant to kill the priest and looks up. She curses herself for being too slow to follow through. The ruins are empty now. All that remains on the spot where Kirei Kotomine had been lying is this bloodied vestment. We reached the forest's exit sooner than I imagined. It's probably because Zelia showed me the way. She owns these woods. We then go out to the hallway. The car I arrived in is gone. We start walking in the direction of the town and decide to flag down a passing vehicle to take us the rest of the way. Wounded and covered in mud, Ilya and I must look suspicious. We run into a passing cart to get it to stop. Then Ilya hypnotizes the surprised driver into taking us home. Wow. I never thought in my life that I'd hitchhike act like a car hijacker. We got home before I knew it. The sun is going down. At some point during the festive hour it took to return from the forest, I must have dozed off. The sun had set by the time I'm back in the living room. The clock reads past 7 p.m. Something's wrong. Time is passing too quickly. It was just barely sunset when I got into the house. But the moment I enter the living room, night has fallen. That's impossible. I talk to Ilya next to me. But Ilya isn't next to me. Ilya is... She's already in the living room, saying something odd. There are remains of a meal on the dining table. Enough dishes for two. I calmly think it through and realize that I feel full. It seems that I really did cook dinner. Concerning? I searched my memory. Oh well. Maybe that did
そう
happen.
か。変なこと言っちまったな。とりあえず、夕食は済んだんだ。
ええ、あとはゆっくり休むだけだね、シロ。
うん、そうだな。休まないとな。ちょっと部屋で着替えてくる。話があるから、イリアはもうちょっと起きててくれ。すぐ戻る。
Ilya nods. I apologize and leave the living room. Hold on a sec. It's looking like we might not be able to finish it. But actually, it looks like the next day is actually somewhat shorter. We'll see. We'll see. I find myself in my bedroom. The second I left the living room, I collapsed in my room. I'm awoken by stabbing pain, a sort of stabbing in the left side of my chest. That's the only way I can describe it. My chest is hot and numb. It feels like my life force is gushing out instead of blood. Of course, I'm not literally being stabbed. It's just a hallucination. A part of my body that's closest to my left arm is rejecting the sense of wrongness coming from it. And that's when I realize it. The way time seems to pass too quickly. The disjointed images, they're all...
おかしいのは時間の感覚じゃなくて。
There's just something wrong with my memory. I'm not missing memories of the past, but I'm not making new records of my experiences. Bit by bit, when I let time pass without focusing, I don't remember anything that happens during that time. No wonder I can't remember anything that happened since leaving the forest. If not for this pain, I'd have lost my mind by now. I grab hold of my consciousness, and that seems to cut off whenever I relax. Unless I stay aware of myself and keep my mind in tight focus, Shiro and Mia will disappear. My memories and myself won't hold together unless I keep my focus as keen as the pain stabbing me in the chest. In other words, I need to maintain the same level of concentration that I did when I tried to insert magic circuits into my spine at all times. Uh-oh. I can't keep that up. But even if I could, I don't know how long it will keep working.
となると、眠るのはまずいよな。
I'll never wake up if I sleep. If I fall asleep, I won't go back to being Shiro and Mia. My mind will be torn to pieces without a single wound on my physical body. I rise. I rummage through my desk. I need some kind of blade. Something that I can hide my in my right hand and squeeze is hard to cut myself. I can't constantly maintain a state of concentration like when I'm training. When it feels like the images are about to cut out, I'll make a fist and use the pain to ground myself.
刃物とはいかないけど、これなら。
I find the crystal I got a while ago in my desk. The night I became a master, I found this pendant lying next to me after Lancer killed me. I don't know how much magical energy it used to contain, but it doesn't have enough left to use my strengthening even once. Yeah, I could try figure out who saved my life that night. They must be the owner of this pendant. We were the only ones on campus that night. I don't know why they saved me, but it was someone who didn't need a reason to help a dying person. My consciousness is cutting out. I'll figure this out later. If I think of fun or happy things, I'll relax and pass out. I confirm my fighting strength. I've broken the seal on my left arm. The holy shroud is still wrapped around it, but all it does is take the edge off. Take the edge off now. Kotamine told me that using Archer's arm would flip a switch. It's too late to do anything about it now. My body is still functional. The problem is with my brain. I can keep going as long as I don't sleep. As for projection, I can probably use Archer's blade work no more than 3 times. If it's just once, I can deal with it. Twice scares me a little, to be honest. And the third projection will be decisive. My mind will might remain, but I have a feeling my body will self-destruct. I close my eyes and focus on my ears. I hear a hard grinding noise next to my heartbeat. Something is invading my body from Archer's left arm. Each time I use his blade works, I lose control of the reality marble and create unlimited blade works inside my body instead of outside of it. I don't want to think about the consequences of that. I'm going to get stabbed from the inside by 1,000 swords and die.
冗談。死滅なんかしてたまるか。
The situation is desperate. I've more or less accepted that. I just need to break out of these straits. I won't die, and I won't kill myself. Sleeping and never waking up, that's just a cowardly delusion. I'll be saved. Once I do what I need to do and end all of this, I'll be saved. There's no point to it otherwise. I said that I protect Sakura no matter what. So I can't go dying on my own.
まず、遠坂に連絡を取らないと。
There's no time. I've got to hurry over to Tosaka's house. I wonder if Kotamine is safe, but now that I've rescued Ilya, he'll probably go back to his usual stance. I don't want his help, but I promised. It's past 9 o'clock. I mean, I meant to be right back, but it's been 2 hours.
あれ、待たせた、イリア。今から遠坂の家に行くから一緒に行こう。
リンの家？別に私は構わないけど、なんで？
Because I'm dying.
なんでって、遠坂と合流しないと。それに、あいつの容体だって気になるだろう。琴峰は夜になれば回復するとか言ってたけど、あいつの言い分はいまいち信用できない。遠坂が参ってたら手当てをしてやらないと。
そ それはいいけどシロ、
Ilya points at the wall. Oh.
心配してもらって嬉しいわ。とりあえず私の調子は見ての通りよ。けどそこまで気にかけてくれるんだったら森に行く前に私の家に寄っていってほしかったわね。
遠坂、いつの間にこっちに来てたんだ。
ほんの1時間前よ。森で何が起きたのかはイリアから聞いたわ。
Tosaka's in a bad mood, so she's positively furious. She must be upset that we went to the forest without
仕
her.
方ないだろう。あの時は一刻を争うと思ったし、事実イリアだって危ないところだったんだ。だったんだよな、イリア。
そうね、私は閉じ込められてはいなかったけど、数分後には大聖杯に連れて行かれて心臓を抜き取られていてもおかしくなかった。条件はさくらを乗っ取り次第私で門を開けようとしていたから、シロと琴峰が来るのがあとちょっとでも遅かったら今頃は死んでいたわ。
ほら、遠坂を待ってたら間に合わなかっただろ。
どうだか今の言い訳じゃ桜次第ってことでしょ。イリア、本当のところはどうなのよ。
That was the truth.
やっぱりバレちゃったか。ええ、本当はもうちょっと猶予があったかな。さくらは芯が強いから簡単に壊れたりしない。さくらが自我をなくして造形の操り人形になるまであと1日は間があったでしょうね。
やっぱりあのねイリア、あんまり資料を甘やかしちゃダメよ。こいつには人一倍厳しいぐらいがちょうどいいんだから。
そうね、リンがシロにそうしてくれるなら私はもう安心かな。
I watched them rake me over the coals. But even if there was an extra day's worth of time, I'm still not sure I could have made it in time and with Tosaka, even if we went right now. I was faced with a tough choice in the forest, but thanks to that, all three of us are here again. I tightly squeezed my wandering mind. Tosaka and Ilya's banter threatened to relax my tension.
ちょっと待ってくれ、イリア。さくらが一日持つかどうかってことは、残った猶予はあと
半日あるかどうかよ。いいえ、さくらがどう頑張ってももうアベンジャーは生まれようとしている。あれが受胎してしまえばさくらは完全に変わる。誰もさくらを助けられなくなるし、誰も助からなくなるのよ。
アベンジャー。
Tosaka and I frown at the unfamiliar word.
そう、復讐者。聖杯戦争における第8のクラス、ハインツベルーンがルールを破ってまで召喚した反則よ。それが大聖杯の中を呪いで汚染したもの。自分じゃ外に出れないからってさくらと同化して黒い影を映していた本体。そして今も形を得ようと人間の命を食べ続けているありえない存在。それがアベンジャー。3度目の儀式でアインツベルンのマスターが召喚してしまった呼んではいけなかった半英雄。
イリア、あなた知ってるの？あの影が何なのか、さくらが何に取りつかれてるかって。
ええ、さくらから必要な情報を取り出して何が起きているのかは理解できた。私がやるべきこと、シロたちが敵とみなしているものが何であるかを。
Ilya closes her eyes once. In resignation, I think. She sighs and seems to make up her mind about something.
これから話すことは私たちの確信であり、もう関係のない話。 あなたたちが背負うべきものでもない。シローとリンには聖杯戦争に関わった最後のマスターとしてただ事実だけを口にします。イリア。
Tosaka looks at her in amazement, and so do I. Right now, Ilya is displaying a hollow calm that makes her seem like a different person.
事の起こりは200年前。いえ、聖杯を求める彼らの放浪はもっと前から続いていたけど、この土地での儀式が始まったのは200年前からだった。話はそこから始めるわ。聖杯、あらゆる願いを叶える願望旗。その完成のためアインツベルンとマキリ、遠坂は協力して聖杯を召喚する儀式を行った。それが聖杯戦争の発端。7人の英霊を召喚して聖杯の所有権を定める殺し合い。聖杯によってマスターに選ばれた魔術師は英霊のよりしろとなり、最後の一人になるまで殺し合う。それがシローとリンが知っている聖杯戦争の表向きの決まり事。驚かないのね、リン。やっぱりあなたもうすうすは感づいていたの？
それなりにはね。誰かに利用されてるってことはすぐに気づいたけど、あんまり気にはしなかったわ。人様が作ったシステムを使ってその成果をいただこうって言うんだもの。利用し利用されるのはお互い様でしょ。いちいち目くじら立てるほどバカじゃないわ。
そう。じゃあ順番が逆ということはもう説明しなくていい？シローはどう？本当はサーバント同士に戦わせるなんて過程そのものが余分なんだって気づいてた
I guess I did, now that I think about it. Servants are summoned by the Holy Grail. Heroic spirits are summoned as tools to test the worthiness of those chosen by the Holy Grail. To obtain the Holy Grail, the summoned heroic spirit has made contact with hosts, masters who will anchor them to the mortal world and fight to defeat all of the other Grail seekers. If that's all it was, then I might have to look past it. But then I learned that defeated heroic spirits are absorbed into the Holy Grail instead of disappearing. But when I learned that defeated heroic spirits are absorbed into the Holy Grail instead of disappearing, I started to have questions. Heroic spirits, servants, are components used to select the worthiest master of the Holy Grail. So why are they stored in the Holy Grail once they've served their purpose?
つまり聖杯戦争にとって必要なのは英霊だけで、マスターはただ英霊を呼び寄せるためだけの道具だってことか。
そう。聖杯戦争という儀式においてマスターはサーバントをこの世に呼び出すレセプターに過ぎない。サーバントさえ召喚してくれれば、あとはマスターなんていつ死んでもらっても構わないのよ。聖杯完成に必要なものは英霊だけ。時間軸の外にいる純粋な魂、この世の道理から外れ、なおこの世に干渉できる外界の力、それが英霊の本質でしょ。彼らはその力を必要とした。その力を持って外界に出ようとした。それがこの地に作られた聖杯の本当の目的。人の手では届かぬ奇跡、未だ人間のものではない現象を手に入れるため、この地における聖杯戦争は行われてきた。それは私たちから失われたとされる神秘、真の不老不死を実現させる大儀礼。英霊でも精霊でもない、意図小さき人の位において肉体の死後に消え去り帰り、この世から失われる魂を物質化する神の技。その奇跡の名をヘブンズフィール。現存する5つの魔法のうちの1つ。 3番目に位置する黄金の杯よ。魔法ってあの魔法？
We're stunned. Ilya said that the Holy Grail is a ritual to operate magic. Magic. Mystics that magecraft can't achieve. Phenomena that current humans can't realize through any means. It's said to be the final objective of mages, and they call those who master it magicians with envy and awe. Apparently, the Mages Association recognizes 5 magics. The outsider, an outsider like me, on the edges of the edge. No, who isn't even affiliated with the association, couldn't possibly know what the details are. But I've heard that there are 5 rituals that are recognized as magic, and that there are only 4 people who can use them.
ちょっと待って。第三魔法って魂の物質化なの？けどそれならサーバントだって魂の物質化じゃない。違うわ。確かにシステムの基盤は第三魔法の一部を使っているけど、兵令はあくまで恒例でしょ。サーバントはこの地上にこの時代のものとして生きているわけじゃない。第三魔法としては不完全だし、兵令なら魔法の力なんてなくてもよりしろさえあれば実体化できる。ヘブンズフィールは過去にいたものを読み上げて複製体を作る技じゃない。それは精神体でありながら単体で物質界に干渉できる高次元の存在を作る技。魂そのものを生き物にして生命体として次のステップに向かうものを言うのよ。次のステップって、確かにそれはとんでもない大事だけど、でもイリア、どんなに内容が違うって言っても魔法は全部根源に至る道でしょ。それが聖杯とどんな関係があるのよ。いいえ、だいたい魔法を起動できるような管理地は日本に一つしかない。冬木の霊脈も一級品だって自負してるけど、それでも根源につながるほどの歪みはないわ。ええ、届くほど歪んではいない。だから穴を開けるのよ。道がつながっていないなら自分たちで壁を壊すしかないでしょ。その壁を壊すという行為が聖杯戦争なの。その過程でどんな願いでも叶えられるぐらいの魔力がたまるのだけど、それはアインツベルンには二次的なもの、もしくはマスターを呼び寄せるための宣伝でしかなかった。アインツベルンが必要としたのは魔術協会の目につかず大量の魔力を貯蔵できる巨大な魔法陣だけ。時の遠坂の当主は彼らに協力した。もともと教会の目が届きにくいこの国で青崎の管理地に次ぐ一等地は数少ないわ。ハインツベルンにとって冬木の町は必要条件を満たした完璧に近い実験場だった。
Aozaki, by the way, referencing a different property belonging to Type Moon and Tsukihime. And another VN, which is also available on Steam. Witch of the Holy Night, I think it's called. But that one's rather expensive, so I haven't got that one.
あとはもうわかるでしょ。聖杯戦争を司る聖杯は2種類ある。この土地に眠る聖杯とハインツベルンが用意する聖杯。前者が遠坂の管理地を使った魔法陣。これを大聖杯と呼び、ハインツベルンが毎回鍵として用意するものを聖杯と呼ぶ。 大聖杯は聖杯戦争のシステムを管理するもので、聖杯は破れていた英霊の魂を回収し、大聖杯を動かすための炉心に当たるわ。そうして大聖杯起動に必要な分の魂が聖杯に溜まった時、外部からの割り人である英霊の魂を利用して穴を開ける。役目を終えた彼らが元の座に戻ろうとする瞬間、わずかに開いた穴を大聖杯の力で固定し、人の身では届かない根源への道を開く。もちろんこんなのは初めの一歩。穴を開けられたところで望みのものは手に入らない。根源への道は遠すぎる。それでも聖杯を手にした者は無尽蔵の魔力を手に入れられる。あっち側にはまだ誰も使っていない。この地上とは比べ物にならない大量のマナが散布されてるからね。普通の魔術師ならそれだけでも十分奇跡と呼べる成果のはずよ。
そう、要するに大聖杯っていう大元の魔法陣があって、聖杯はそれを起動させる鍵なわけね。聖杯戦争が50年周期なのは英霊を召喚するだけのマナを貯めるためか。それだけの召喚術、個人の魔力で起動できるはずがない。大聖杯は50年かけてこの土地に満ちるマナを枯らさないよう少しずつ吸い上げ、それが溜まった時、
そう英霊を召喚してサーバントにする。けど英霊を召喚するには代償が必要なの。彼らは望むものを与えてあげないと。だから聖杯を用意して彼らの望みに応えてあげた。もっともそんなのは初めから欺瞞だけど。
So, in other words, the Holy Grail War in its entirety is a farce. It's a pyramid scheme, a scam.
ハインツベルンは元から英霊の魂だけが欲しかった。彼らの霊格なんてどうでもよくて、ただ強大な魂が欲しかっただけよ。それを隠すために聖杯戦争なんて表向きのルールを作って、サーバントとマスターを騙して今まで殺し合いを続けさせた。そうなったのは2回目の儀式かららしいわ。1度目は馬鹿正直に英霊を召喚して、トーサカとマキリとアインツベルンで独占権の取り合いになって、あっという間に失敗したんだって。だから今のルールができたのは2回目からよ。外来の魔術師を呼び寄せて、それぞれ聖杯を目的にして殺し合わせる。自分たち以外のマスターなんてサーバントさえ呼んでしまえば邪魔なだけだし、戦いの中で死んでもらった方が効率がいい。三家にとってみれば自分たち以外の協力者を合法的に始末できるんだから、都合が良かったのよ。
呆れた。じゃあ何？マスター同士殺し合うってルールは、所有権が誰にあるか話し合いで解決できなかったから力ずくで決めようとしたことの末路なわけ？
そうよ。でもその殺し合うって選定方法は思いのほか合っていたわ。今のリンと同じよ。騙されてると気づくサーバントやマスターもいたけど、そんな背景はどうでもよかったみたいね。だって勝ち残れば結果として聖杯は手に入るんだから。
Tesaka seems to accept that. In other words, the Holy Grail War ritual wasn't meant to obtain the Holy Grail, but to use it to go outside of the world. It was an attempt to go outside. According to the duties of the arcane, a power said to be the pinnacle of dimensional theory is located outside of this world. It's called the Swirl of the Root, and its coordinates are believed to be the origin of all things. It's said to be the seat of the gods, the alpha and omega of creation, where everything in the world is recorded, and everything in the world can be made. But who cares about all that, honestly? My old man might have understood how important it was, but it has nothing to do with me. What's important is how it concerns the identity of the thing possessing Sakura.
イリア、聖杯戦争の本当の目的とかはいい。イリアの言った通り、それは俺たちには関係のない話だ。それより、さっき言ってたやつのことを聞かせてくれ。
関係ないって魔法よ魔法。しかも3番目の魔法なんて教会でもずっと秘密にされてきた禁忌中の禁忌じゃない。あなたも魔術師なら第3魔法って聞いて無視できるわけ。
できる。まったく何考えてるんだ遠坂。今はそんな成功しないものの話をしている場合じゃないだろう。
成功しないって一体どんな根拠様よそれ。
あのな、理由はわからないが聖杯戦争は一度も勝利者を出していないだろう。ならこの儀式はどこかで仕組みを間違えていたってことだ。
He got a point!
大体な、そうでなかったらさくらのことをどう説明するんだ。聖杯が魔法に至る道だって言うならさくらがあんな風になるのも魔法なのかよ。
Tosaka goes quiet. I seem to have struck a nerve.
それでイリア、どうしてこの聖杯戦争はこんなことになったんだ。聖杯の中には何かがいると琴峰は言った。その何かっていうのがアベンジャーってやつなのか。そいつは聖杯、イリアやサクラの中じゃなく大聖杯とかいう魔法陣の中にいると。
そっか、琴峰なら知っているわよね。あいつもさくらと同じ復讐者に汚染された魔術師だもの。聖杯の中にいるものが何であるかとっくの昔に知っていたんだ。
綺麗がさくらと同じ？
そうよ。ここからはシローとリンに関係のある話。ゾウケンが手に入れようとしているもの、さくらを変貌させているもの、聖杯の中に潜み無色の力である英霊たちの魂を汚染しているものの話。そいつのクラス名がアベンジャー。聖杯の力で生命として形を得ようとしている第三魔法の成功例になりつつある英霊よ。
はあ？ちょっと何が魔法は関係ないよ。ちゃんと関係してるじゃない、ちゃんと。
いいえ、アベンジャーの物質化は聖杯による魔法じゃない。あれは元からそういう属性を持った英霊だった。アベンジャーだからこそ聖杯の中で物質化が可能なの。大聖杯は第三魔法を成し得る復讐者を呼び出したに過ぎず、大聖杯自体が第三魔法を成し得たわけではないわ。
つまりそいつは初めから物質化できる怪物だったってこと？大聖杯による魔法が成功しなくても勝手に第三魔法を体現するやつってこと？
そうよ。事の発端は3度目の戦いだった。1度目は失敗。2度目に序盤で敗れ去ったアインツベルンは追い詰められて、ただ殺すことだけに特化した英霊を召喚したの。アインツベルーンが手にした古い経典異国の伝承を触媒にして手の内にある中で最悪の魔を呼び出した。 他のマスターたちを皆殺しにして問答無用で大聖杯を起動させ、聖火を独り占めするために呼んではならないものを呼び寄せてしまった。その英霊の名がアンリマユ。世界最多ともいえるあらゆる呪いを体現した殺戮の半英雄。
アンリマユ。
Hang on. If I recall, Anramanyu is the name of an ancient Persian demon. It's the greatest devil of Zoroastrianism, an advocate of evil that has been battling for 9,000 years against the light god safeguarding humanity's goodness. Zoroastrianism contains stories revolving around the conflict between two gods of good and evil. It's one of the first religions to feature the duality of angels and demons. But there's no hero named Anramanyu. How could someone bearing the name of the Devil King become a heroic spirit?
そんなわけないでしょ、イリア。聖杯は英霊しか呼べないし、そんな心霊レベルの現象を再現できるなら聖杯なんて必要ない。いいえ、そもそもアンリマユの名を冠する英雄なんているはずがない。いたとしてもそれは無名の歴史に何の痕跡も残してない悪霊に過ぎないわ。呼び寄せたところで聖杯にふさわしい魂なんて持ち得ない。イリア、アインツベルのマスターは一体何を召喚したの？
だからアンリマユよ、リン。彼は確かに無名であったし、真実、悪魔などではなかった。けれど、アンリマユの名を冠した英雄は確かに存在したの。ええ、もうずっと昔、気の遠くなるくらい昔のちっぽけな世界の話よ。それは名前もないある村落に現れた英雄だった。彼らの教義がどう歪んでいたかは知らない。どうしてそんな考えに至ったかなんてわからない。ただ彼らは教義に基づいて清く正しく生きていた。人間は善を尊び光を守り正しく生きる。貧しく外界から隔離された彼らにとってその祈りは絶対だった。そうであることが人間以下である彼らを人間たらしめる唯一の誇りだったんでしょうね。そう、その村落の人たちはね、本気で世界中みんなが平和であることを望んでいた。人間すべてがくだらない悪性から解き放たれ、清く正しく生きられるように。飢餓とか殺戮とか愛憎とか、あらかじめ人に付属された機能すべてを否定して、自分たちは神に祝福されるにふさわしい生き物だって誇り続けた。けどそれは不可能な話よ。人間清く正しく生きているだけじゃ悪性からは解放されないもの。
Being good is a process, not a goal.
悪とは元からあるもの。それを切り離したいのなら何らかの手段を講じるしかない。そうしてその手段は実行された。彼らは自分たちの狭い世界だけでなく人間すべてを救える手段を考えついたの。この世の人間すべてに善行を取らせることは難しい。けど人間すべての善性を証明することはできる。たった一人の人間にこの世の悪を独り占めさせてしまえば、残った人たちはどうあっても悪いことができない。そんな子供みたいに単純なことを彼らは本気で信じてしまった。そうして一人の青年が生贄に選ばれた。彼らは青年を捕らえ その全身に人を呪うあらゆる言葉を刻み、彼らが知り得る全ての罪業を与え、全ての悪事を彼の責任とした。それでおしまい。狭い世界、けれど完成された一つの世界において究極の悪性が誕生した。彼らは彼を心底呪い、侮蔑し、恐れ、同時に立てまつった。我々は清く正しい。あそこにこの世の全ての罪悪があるのなら、我々は何をしても善なるものだと。
So basically a scapegoat.
彼らは本気で世界中の人間のためになると信じて、世界中の人々の善性を証明するために一人の青年を崩壊するまで殺し続けた。いえ、その寿命が尽きるまで殺してなどあげなかった。彼らは本気で世界中の人間のためになると信じて一人の悪魔を作り上げた。人間を堕落させる悪魔の名前、アンリマユの名前を与えられた青年は世界中の人間の敵としてただ理不尽に殺され憎まれ続けたの。その過程で青年が本当に悪魔になったかどうかは知らない。ただ村落中の人間が彼を悪魔だと信じ、そのように扱った。憎みながら恐れながら世界中の人間の善性を証明してくれる自分たちにとっての救いの証として立てまつった。意味嫌われる対象でありながら人々を救う者。その存在があるだけでどんなに人々が悪事を重ねようとも清く正しいと許される免罪符。そう、方法は違えど彼は人々を救った。村人たちにとって彼はこの上ない英雄となった。そうして一人の英雄が誕生した。人々に恨まれ恨まれ、自分などとうになくなっていつか本当にそうなってしまったもの。世界中の人間の代わりに悪を公言する哀れな生贄。それが半英雄アンリマユ。この世すべての悪と決めつけられた何の取り柄もなかった。ただ普通に生まれただけの一般人。廃家教において60億の悪すべてを容認するという悪魔の王。その体現者として葬られた原初の人の想念が作り上げた願いという名の呪いの形。
Ilya coolly describes as an ancient event with neither irony nor disdain, an anti-hero. Kotomine told me that what it meant shortly after this war began. But if what Ilya is saying is true, the guy who became Anra Manu would still bear the evil of humanity. It would be the reason he exists, if that is why he was treated as a hero. A heroic spirit blamed for the sins of 6 billion people. If someone like that was summoned, only slaughter will follow. He would hate humanity, and the people around him decided that he was evil anyway. Adra Manu, someone crowned with the name of a devil, taking revenge on the people who turned him evil. No, is he using Sakura to carry out the duty that people wanted from him?
アベンジャー、アンリマユの話は分かったわ。けど、どうしてそいつが聖杯の中にいるわけ？いいえ、そもそもそいつはただの人間でしょ。いくら悪魔の名をつけられて、悪魔そのものとして扱われたとしても、能力は人間と変わらない。あんな町を人飲みするほどの怪物にはならないはずよ。
そうね、アンリマユは人間よ。 ただの人間を無理やり英霊にしたものが彼だった。だから何の問題も起きなかったはずなのよ、本当は。3度目の戦いでハインツベルンはアンリマユを呼び出した。けど呼び出された英霊はすごく弱かった。半英雄であるそれはまたも序盤で敗れていち早く聖杯に取り込まれた。ハインツベルンのマスターは嘆いたわ。普通の人間と全く変わらないやつのどこが人の世を滅ぼす悪魔なのかと。そう、事実その英霊はただの人間だった。ただこの世を恨んでいただけの人間。ただこの世の悪であれと望まれた人間。元から何の力もなく周りの人間の思いだけで構成されたありえないはずのもの。それが聖杯に取り込まれた時、全てが逆転してしまった。聖杯は人の望みを叶える願望機でもある。サーバントは敗れた後、方向性のない魔力として聖杯に戻って、そのまま解放の時を待つ。英霊としての人格もなくなった彼らは、万能の力として聖杯にたまるだけなの。けど、アンリマユは違った。彼は自分ではなく、周りが願って作り上げた英雄。人格などなくとも、アンリマユである以上、悪であれと望まれる存在だった。
まさか、もしかしてそいつ。
そう、聖杯はあらゆる願いを叶える杯。ただの人間であり、性別も人格も人でさえないそれは、もともと人間の願いそのものなのよ。だからアンリマユが聖杯に取り込まれた瞬間、聖杯は一つの願いを受諾してしまったの。本来ありえない存在。身勝手な願望だけで捏造された英霊は、人々の願いを叶える聖杯の中において、ようやく人々が望んだ姿で生まれることになった。マキリの500年、ハインツベルンの1000年なんて子供騙しよ。何しろあっちは2000年以上も前から続いた、神代から願われてきた人間の理想なんだから。それがあの影の本体、英霊としてようやく形を得ようとするものの正体よ。ハンリマユはサーバントたちの無職の魂を糧に、自分の霊格であるこの世すべての悪を体現してしまった。ただ悪であれと60億の人間すべてを呪う、60億の人間すべてを呪える能力を備えたサーバントとして少しずつ育っていったの。
じゃあ何？聖杯の中身はとっくにそいつに占拠されてて。いえ、聖杯が叶える望みはとうに決まってしまっていて、4度目の戦いはそいつの願い、アンリマユを形にするための養分補充に過ぎなかったってこと？
ええ、キリツグがアンリマユというサーバントをどこまで理解していたかはわからない。けどキリツグは聖杯の外に出ようとしていた黒い影を危険視して聖杯を破壊した。それは正しいわ。以前のアンリマユはどうあれ、聖杯によって受肉するアンリマユは本物だもの。この世すべての悪として命ある限り人間を殺し尽くす魔王になる。けどそのアンリマユはキリツグの英断で出産には至らず、大聖杯の中に残された。その一部を受けた者が琴峰であり、さくらだった。造剣は聖杯の中にいる者が 受肉しかけたサーバントだと気づいていたんでしょうね。だからその肉片をさくらに植え付け、聖杯の中にいるサーバントとリンクさせた。
He better be gone for good.
聖杯の中にいるサーバントが外に出てきた時、それを従えられるようさくらをマスターにしたのよ。ハンリマユが何であれサーバントであることに変わりはない。どんなに強力な存在でもサーバントはマスターには逆らえない。ゾウケンの目的はそれよ。あいつはサクラを餌にしてハンリマユを釣り上げたいんでしょうね。
Wait, does that mean Sakura is contracted with Agramanyu?
それでアンリマユのコントロールを握ったところで、さくらは黒い影、アンリマユからの魔力汚染に耐えられない。アンリマユが聖杯の中にいる状態であそこまで変わったんだから、出てきてしまったらさくらの人格なんて消え去る。そうなったらマスターも何もないじゃない。
それでいいのよ。ゾウケンはさくらの人格なんて考えていないもの。ゾウケンにとって大切なのはハンリマユとつながっているさくらの体よ。あいつはさくらの人格が消え去った後、空っぽになった体を乗っ取る気なの。リーは知らないだろうけど、ゾウケンは自分の魂の入れ物である虫があれば、どんな人間の体だろうと自分のものにできる。いいえ、あいつはそうやって今まで生きながらえてきた。ゾウケンにとってさくらは初めからいつか乗り換える肉体だったっていうこと。
What will happen then? The thing that is possessing Sakura. If Sakura is changing and because of her contract with the servant,
ゾウ
then
ケンが私をさらったのはさくらには門を開かせる気がなかったからでしょうね。聖杯としての役割は私にやらせて、自分はアンリマユのマスターになったさくらの体を乗っ取る。そうしてゆくゆくは第三魔法の成功例、魂が物質化したアンリマユに乗り換えるつもりなんでしょう。完全な神を人間が自らの欲望で不完全な神に貶めるように。
心臓の定義、それは人の望みによって作られながら人の意志に影響されず生まれるものか。まあ確かにゾウケンなんかの人格を反映されちゃどんな神様も悪魔になるだろうけど、キレイがゾウケンを敵視してたのもそのあたりか。話は分かったわ。それだけ聞けば十分よね、シロ。
Tasaka's voice brings me back to my senses.
じゃないわよ。相手の正体が分かってゾウケンの目的も分かったじゃない。ならあとは話し合うまでもないでしょう。
No need to talk it out, huh? She's right. The thing inside the Holy Grail, if it comes out, it'll cause the same tragedy as 10 years ago. No, it won't end there. If we let this happen, countless people will be killed. Yeah. The thing Sakura gave birth to will take many, many lives on her behalf. That can't be allowed. We just need to stop it. No matter what the cost, I won't let Sakura shoulder the burden of any more lives. We'll stop Onramanyu. We'll end this war before it can emerge from the Holy Grail.
納得いったようね。私たちは戦って勝つしかない。で、その方法は2つだけ。アンリマユとやらが出てくる前にマスターであるサクラを殺すか、アンリマユが出てくる前に大聖杯とやらを破壊するか。
Well, this is Sakura's route, so we know which route we're going.
まあ確実なのは前者だけど、大聖杯を壊そうとすれば必ずサクラとゾウケンが立ちはだかる。 二人を避けて大聖杯は破壊できないでしょ。となると結局マスターであるさくらを倒すことが一番楽ってことになる。
そうだな。さくらと戦ってアンリ眉を引き離す。それが一番の近道だし、方針として分かりやすい。
Is that really the simple part?
へえ、さくらを狙うってことに反対はしないんだ、シロ。
今はそれしかないだろう。アンリ眉とやらがイリアが言う通りのものなら人間に太刀打ちできるものじゃない。そいつを外に出した時点で俺たちの負けだ。なら一番早くて確実な方法を取るしかない。それよりトサカ、戦いに行くのはいいがさくらの居場所は分かるのか？
それなら問題ないわ。イリアの言うことが正しいなら大聖杯とやらの場所は一つしかない。そうでしょ、イリア。
The temple.
ええ、その通りよ。リアンリ眉の誕生を間近に控えた今、造剣は大聖杯に戻っている。落ちた霊脈、200年前三家によって選ばれた始まりの土地、竜道寺の地下に広がる大空洞にアンリ眉は受胎している。
竜道寺の地下。
That's the world. That's the world where Sakura is. It's the final destination of the Holy Grail War, where we're headed. I sigh quietly and slightly relax my focused mind. The cold touch of the pendant in my right hand helps me collect my thoughts. We're going to fight Sakura. I meant that what I said to Tosaka, but our ways of fighting are different. Tosaka probably means to finish this by killing Sakura, but I'm going to find a way to end this war and let her live. I jolt out of my reverie. A heavy pressure that makes it feel as though the air has turned to water covers the building. It's...
Sakura.
The instant we feel the shadow's menacing aura, we run out into the yard. We go out into the yard. The entire world is cloaked in shadow. The entire body shivers with mind-numbing awe and fear down to my fingertips. My entire body. The black shadow is before us. If it wanted to, it could crush us along with the entire house. The difference in power is clear. It's transformed into a state unlike anything we've seen. That shadow does nothing. It isn't Sakura, but the shadow shaped like her. The real Sakura is underground, beneath Ryodoji Temple. The thing quivering in front of us is a false image modeled after her.
本人じゃなく影を飛ばしてくるなんて、ちょっと見ない間に偉くなったものね、さくら。
I'm not sure if it isn't hearing Tosaka's taunts, or if it can't hear our words at all. Sakura's shadow sways in the moonlight and looks terribly lonely. Its eyes are definitely looking at me. Senpai, it says. It looks so meek that it might actually respond like Sakura always does if I hold out my hand. But I don't. I know what I have to do. I can't call out to Sakura and risk weakening my resolve. I look away. Sakura's shadow seems hurt.
イリアスフィールから話は聞きましたか、姉さん。
The shadow faces Tosaka, speaking in a cold, scornful tone.
聞いたわ。あんたに取り付いているものの正体も、聖杯から生まれようとしているものの能力もね。それでさくら、一応聞いておくけど、アンリマユとやらから手を切るつもりはある？
Tosaka's voice sounds the same. Her voice is cool, condescending, and thoroughly
あ
unimpressed.
りません。弱い私はもう消えたと言ったでしょ。せっかく手に入れた力だもの。 私はあれから離れる気はないし、できない。マとサクラはもうこうして生きるしかないんだから。そう。それじゃあもう一つ、そのあんたが自慢してるサーバントはどのくらい出来上がってるの？イリアはもうすぐだって言ってるけど、母親としてどうなのよ、その辺。もしかしてもう外に出てきちゃったとか？そんなわけないでしょ。あれが出てきてしまったら、こんな街なんて瞬く間に飲まれてしまう。そんなこと許すわけにはいかない。だから私が残っている限り、あの子は外に渡しません。へえ、なんだ、なら急ぐことはないわけね。シローが私といる限り、あんたはアンリマイを押さえつけてくれるってわけ。よかったわね、シロー。さくら、この分ならまだまだ元気そうよ。ふざけないでください。私があとどのくらい持つか、姉さん分かっているんでしょう。なら今すぐ先輩を連れて逃げてください。私はそう長くはありません。このままだといつ自分が消えてしまうかわからない。私が耐えられるのは今夜だけかもしれない。だからその前にこうして忠告をしているんです。姉さん、先輩を連れて遠いところに逃げてください。そうしてくれたら私は安心してあの子と差し違えることができますから。
Sakura said she'd take it down with her. Tosaka's shoulders tremble slightly. Does she believe Sakura or...
いつ自分が消えてしまうかわからないか。それ、いつ我慢できなくなるかわからないの間違いでしょ、さくら。姉さん。まあいいわ。どうやってアンリ前と差し違える気か知らないけど、私がシロを連れて逃げれば心置きなく自滅できるってことね。
I clicked out of the game.
聖杯の中にいるサーバントも、その力を受け継いだあんたも一緒になって死んでくれるんだ。そうです。だから逃げてください。私は変わりきる姿を見られたくない。先輩さえ離れてくれればそれでいいんです。だからもう私を追ってこないでください。私は変わりきる姿を見られたくない。先輩さえ離れてくれればそれでいいんです。だからもう私を追ってこないでください、先輩。
She makes a determined plea. Sakura's shadow could kill me at any second, but she earnestly asks me not to chase after her. I can't honor that wish. I refuse to leave her and run, and I won't let her kill herself either. And so...
行くわ。行って確実にあんたを殺す。
Tosaka severs ties with her blood sister.
当然でしょう。遠坂の魔術師として今のあんたは放っておけない。それに自滅するなんて発言も信用できないわ。気づいているの、さくら。あなたさっきから言動がめちゃくちゃよ。私を殺したいくせに逃げろだなんてね。ほんとシローの前だからって言いこぶってま。ですって。あら、いい顔するじゃない。 初めからそうしていればよかったのよ、あんたは。で、話はそれだけ？ならさっさと消えなさい。慌てなくてもすぐに会いに行ってあげるから。いい？さくら、あなたは他の誰でもない。この私の手で殺してあげる。
Tosaka declares in a gentle voice. The shadow quivers. For a moment, Sakura's projection freezes like a statue.
ええ、お待ちしています、姉さん。
She lets out the lurid giggle and disappears. The shadows covering the house are gone. Only Tosaka and I are left standing in the yard. I feel dizzy. I meant to keep my focus, but seeing Sakura apparently shook me. It seems that Sakura isn't the only one running out of time.
シロ、さくらはああ言っていたけど、あなたはどうするの？このまま町から離れるっていうのなら止めないわ。まあ、その時は宝石券を複製してから言ってもらうけど。
そんなこと確認しなくてもいい。戦いはやめないし、宝石の件もなんとか投影する。俺たちは協力関係だろ。なら最後まで遠坂にできないことをフォローする。
そうならいいけど、分かってるの？シロ。私と行くってことはさくらを殺すっていうことよ。宝石券だってそう。あなたはさくらを殺す武器を私のために用意しなくちゃいけないのよ。
そうだな。宝石の件に関しては確かに矛盾してるけど、今のさくらは俺たちの手に負えないし、剣を作るのは以前からの約束だ。宝石の剣を投影することでさくらの影に対抗できるなら、それは絶対に必要なものだ。
それじゃあやっぱり。
ああ、遠坂の逆だよ。俺はさくらを助けることで戦いを終わらせる。俺はさくらにとって
さくらを生かすってことは、さくら以外の人間をみんな殺すっていうことなのに。
ああ、遠坂の逆だよ。俺はさくらを助けることで戦いを終わらせる。俺はさくらにとっての正義の味方になるって決めたからな。まだそうと決まったわけじゃないだろう。さくらを助けてこれ以上犠牲が出ない方法があるはずだ。
どうだかね。さくらはもう何人も殺してる。それでもそんな人間を助けることがあんたの正義なわけ？シロ。
She alludes to something critical. It's an inescapable sin. Her words drive into my chest, and I finally say,
そうだ。たとえさくらが人でなくなったとしても守る。そうなって自分を殺したがっているさくらもひっくるめて全部からさくらを守るんだ。俺がやりたいことはそれだけだ。誰かの味方をするってそういうことだろ。
I proudly voice my feelings.
はあ、臆面もなく言い切ったわね、あなた。
I nod shamelessly.
そう。まあ何言っても無駄だとは思ってたけど、まさかこれほどとはね。正直負けたわ。
あれ、どこ行くんだよ、遠坂。
どこって、戦いの準備をしなくちゃいけないでしょ。さくらがあんな忠告するってことは本当に余裕がないってことだもの。急いで準備しないとね。
それはそうだけど、話はまだ。
話なんて終わったわよ。要するにシローは自分が生きている限りさくらを助けるって言うんでしょ。いいわよ、好きにしなさいよ。もう口出ししないわよ。こうなったら納得いくまであがいてみなさいってのよ。
Where did all our tension go? Tosaka seems to be pouting, strangely enough.
けど勘違いしないで。これは宝石券を作ってもらう交換条件よ。 シローが頑張っている限りさくらをどうするかはあなたに任せる。私の出番はあなたが動けなくなってからにしてあげるわ。それなら文句ないでしょ。シローの頑張り次第でさくらは助かるかもしれないんだから。
With that parting remark, Tosaka goes off to the guest house. As I watch her leave, a big part of the anxiety gripping my chest seems to melt away. We're thinking in opposite directions, but Tosaka still wants to help Sakura. And she feels comfortable trusting me to do it. We both love Sakura. I think Tosaka will be able to help her start over. It's 10 p.m. Tosaka said she was going to prep until midnight and then head to Ryudo Temple.
さて、今から宝石剣を投影してもらうけど、体の調子はどう？アーチャーの腕を押さえながら投影できる？
Oh, right. Ilya hasn't told Tosaka that I took off the Holy Shroud.
まあそれはなんとか。
お、頼もしいわね。じゃああとはシローとイリア次第。できるだけ宝石剣に似せたアゾット剣とシローの投影とイリアのサポート。うまくいけばオリジナルの複製とはいかないけど、半分ぐらいは能力の再現ができるはずよ。
Tosaka hands me a dagger. This is a knife for use in rituals. It looks well used. I wonder if Tosaka favors it. But not just as that. Even I can tell that it's charged with a massive amount of magical energy. It might just be a small handful compared to the shadow cloaking Sakura, but it's hundreds of times my own capacity.
すごいなこれ。登坂、こんな秘密兵器隠し持ってたのか。
すごいのは当たり前。何しろ残った宝石を全部つぎ込んだ私の10年分の魔力なんだから。
Tosaka pouts, like she can't bear to let it go. Knowing Tosaka's personality, she might be someone who is really strict with money. Setting that aside,
けど、いいのか登坂。宝石を全部使ったら登坂自身の予備はなくなるんだろう。お前だってまだ本調子じゃないのに、そんなんで戦えるのか。
そうね。飛んだり跳ねたりぐらいはなんとか。けど魔術を使えるほど魔力は回復してないわ。
お前それじゃ。
心配無用よ。あなたがちゃんと宝石剣を投影してくれれば問題ないわ。その剣は突き落としさえ止めたっていう領域外の力なんだから。
I'm not sure what she's talking about, but Tosaka seems confident. I guess I don't need to worry then.
シロ、そろそろ始めましょう。いくらシロでもその剣の投影には時間がかかるわ。すぐに始めないと日付が変わる。
そうね。それじゃあ部屋に戻りましょう。落ち着いた場所じゃないと成功率が落ちるでしょ。
Tosaka beckons us to follow her to the living room.
あ、ちょっと待った。投影は土蔵でやる。それと投影中はイリアと二人きりになりたいんで、登坂は部屋で待っててくれ。
なんで？何かあった時大変だし、私もフォローに回った方がいいでしょ。
その必要はないわ。逆にリンがいると邪魔なのよ。シローは注意力が散漫だから、ここ一番でリンが転んだりしたら気が散って失敗するでしょ。
失礼なこと言うわね、イリア。
Tosaka groans grumpily. But she doesn't deny that she's the person most likely to make careless mistakes.
わかったわ。私は蔵の外で待機してる。それでいいんでしょ、イリア。
仕方ないか。それが精一杯の譲歩ね。リン、宝石圏を複製したいのなら私がいいって言うまで入ってこないで。事故が起きそうになったら声をかけるから、それまで何があっても外にいるのよ。
しつこいわね。分かったって言ったでしょ。たとえ四郎の悲鳴が上がっても中には入らないわよ。
The two of them casually bring up some very concerning examples.
じゃあ行きましょう、シロ。
Ilya enters the shed. I follow her when something hits me.
この剣もらっていいかな。
もらうも何も、それを使って今から投影するんじゃない。宝石剣ができたらアゾット剣はなくなるわよ。
そうだな。宝石の剣は遠坂のものだから、その代わりにこっちを譲ってくれないか。ほら、失敗したらこの剣も壊れるかもしれないし、その時遠坂に怒られるかと思うと集中できない。
はあ、まあいいけど、それでシローがリラックスできるならアゾット剣をあげるわ。
サンキュー。じゃあちょっくら気合い入れてくる。
Just while we have the chance, an anti-hero, the leader of the Order of Assassins that has origins in the Middle East, also known as the Old Man of the Mountain. He is the legendary head of the sect from which the name Assassin was derived. The story of how this leading sect, the largest religious group in the Middle East, became the Order of Assassins is a long and complicated one. To put it simply, they adhere to a strict and fanatical doctrine, even though the sect did not hesitate to use violence for propagation. They were extreme. They were the only school of thought that preached obedience to absolute authority. They became an organization and used assassination as one of their political methods. The assassins would stimulate their minds using hashish and pull things beyond human power. The name assassin means hashish. The person that radicalized them to that extent was the Old Man of the Mountain, Hassan Saba. He occupied a castle in the mountains and built a thorough religious organization using it as a base. The assassination organization that continues to this day is a cog that Tassani Saba created. It is said that no matter how many years have passed since its formation, the Old Man of the Mountain continues to exist in his school. His precious work was unmatched, and his alias was known even to even distant foreign countries, as he hid in the mountains without showing himself and killed those who went against God. This way, the life, if that was the inspiration, and killed those who went against God. His way of life was an inspiration for European poets. Hassan's anecdote became legendary when while getting dramatized, and eventually the name assassin became synonymous with one person who performs assassinations. And his existence, exaggerated over many years, had become a modern-day illusion. No one no less than the heroes of mythology. The Old Man of the Mountain, Hassani Saba, appeared in several stories. He is the face of an of the unidentified assassins, and it is said that all those who become leaders of the cult to imitate his name and appearance, or rather, no other way being is allowed. In the main story of the Holy Grail War, assassin-class servants are all summoned as Old Man of the Mountain. Asani Saba is reborn every time when it is replaced. Out of the dozen of party members, one is summoned to the present day as Hassan. Their true appearance and names from before taking the name Hassan, from before becoming assassins, forever lost. Self-modification, aptitude to attach and fuse completely with different bodies to oneself. The highest rank, the higher the rank, the further the user becomes from a righteous hero. I closed the door. I can't let Tosaka see what's next. She probably wouldn't stop me, but she would definitely feel responsible. The only way to alleviate that is to get her ex post facto approval with, sorry, I actually used it. When the Holy Grail War is over.
準備はいい？シロ。ハーチャーの腕を解放したあなたなら、もう手順を説明することはないわよね。
I gulp and nod. Ilya tells me to sit on the floor, and I follow her instructions.
俺は自分で見たものか、アーチャーが作ったことのある武器しか投影できない。宝石剣とやらの情報は皆無だ。いくら宝石剣に真似た探検と元になる設計図があっても、宝石剣は複製できないぞ。
分かってるわ。シローにはまず私の中に入ってもらう。私だって見たことはないけど、私の中には宝石剣の記録があるわ。大聖杯を作り上げた時、東坂の大師傅も立ち会った。かの魔導王が手にする剣もちゃんと見ていたはずだもの。
イリア。
いいから目を閉じて。シローの体はそのままで、意識だけを別の場所に移すわ。前もやったでしょ。シローの目を私の中に移すから、そこで宝石剣を解析して。
So we're bringing that back.
シローが中に入ったら、私が左腕の拘束を外す。200年前の記録へ遡る圧力と左腕の侵食が同時に来るわ。気をしっかり持って、できるだけ早く投影を終わらせなさい。
Ilya's voice is shaking. I can feel her arms trembling as she hugs me from the front too.
宝石剣までは私が連れて行くから、シローは息を止めているだけでいい。雑念は捨てて、余計なものは見ないで。シローは私の中からかのゼルレッジを抜き取ってくるだけでいい。
Space shatters. Is it because all 5 of my senses plunge into Ilya's internal records? Or because she undid the binding on my left arm? There's no pain. My pain perception plunges into layers of spinning pain, but it's eroded by damage to my body, which doesn't correspond to the pain. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. I don't know what this means. It's a giant circuit. Dozens of layers of crests adorn a stone mortar, over 50 meters in radius. It's like I'm looking out across the landscape of Arizona through a huge telescope. Yeah, we just got that. It's in the weapons. The circuits stretch out into multiple layers. They circle around in geometric patterns. A pale girl stands in the middle of a beautiful spider web. Her name is Justice Lesric von Einsburn. She is the mage who established the Holy Grail War on this land. The Archmage is revered as the Winter Saint, accompanied by Zokan and Makiri and Nagato Tosaka. The Great Grail is active. Justice acts as the key, attempting to recreate the ancient magic. Without her, the Holy Grail would only be a Holy Grail. Heaven's Feel requires her will. The old man is well aware that in Makiri or Tosaka's hands, it would be nothing but a wish granter. My field of vision shrinks. The world zooms in. I cut my consciousness off from the excess because I cut my mind. My body becomes half its size. From the lower perspective of my shrunken body, the world is far too big. Eventually, I won't be able to see anything. And how the 200-year-old ritual was created doesn't matter to me. I'm only here to see one thing. I contract my awareness again, focusing on the sword that an old man is holding as he watches over the Greater Grail and its affairs. That's the original. The ritual dagger with the jewel for a blade. It glitters like a kaleidoscope, searing my brain and my eyeballs. I comprehend it in a single glance. I understand that I cannot understand it. All I can do is imitate the shape. I can only analyze its structure and project it. What magical theories are woven into it? I use Archer's arm and mobilize the entirety of the heroic spirit of Mia's knowledge, but the old man's dagger is an unexplored lore of the world. It is from an alien planet, no, an alien solar system. The old man embodied his common wisdom from the far future, which our young species has yet to reach. I am repelled. I can't let myself be repelled. I can't reach it. I must reach it. I reach out. I reach out. I reach out. With scorching eyeballs and cerebral nerves, I reach out dozens of meters. I reach. Ilya's voice echoes. Not yet. I haven't even touched it with my fingertips. How? How am I supposed to leave like this? How can I leave after witnessing a miracle, a singularity? I reach it. Reach it. Reach it. Reach it. I jump up, something pushes me up. I float in the air and hit the ground. My left arm, in pain. My tongue, fingers stiff. The shaking keeps. A huge kitchen knife stabs me in the side. It pisses me off, so I push away whoever was holding the knife. I realize that I just punched Ilya. I brush off the dust and stand up. Thank goodness. Luckily, I didn't injure her.
バカ、余計なものは見るなって言ったじゃない。まったくうまくいったから許してあげるけど、今度私の言うこと聞かなかったら承知しないんだからね。
Ilya scolds me, jabbing an accused finger at my nose. Oh. I realize that is what she's talking about. It looked like, and looked down at the hard sensation on my left hand. Jewel sword projection. And project the jeweled sword Zelrect. I projected it. I pulled it off, and it looks somewhat different from what... but it looks somewhat different from what I saw in the record. In fact, I can't feel a speck of magical energy from the sword. Where is it? I guess it hasn't updated. In fact, I can't feel a speck of magical energy in the sword. Tosaka's Azoth blade, it would have been tons of times better than this. The blade doesn't even look capable of cutting anything.
そう、小言はいっぱいあるけど、とりあえずお疲れ様しろ。投影だけなら完璧。火の打ちどころのない剣聖を見せてもらったわ。
実感が湧かないんだけど、どうなんだよこれ。なんかヘボっちいんだけど。
それはそれでいいのよ。その剣はシュバインオーグの系譜のものにしか扱えない、とびっきりの魔剣なんだから。まあ考えてみるといいんだよね。さくらは第三の加護を受けて、リンを若輩の身でありながら第二を駆使しようって言うんだから。教会の連中がいたら調査どころの話じゃない。各部門挙げての裁判沙汰になりかねないわ。
We got a name drop. Ilya chuckles.
この探検、そんなにすごいものなのか。
ええ、正しく言うのなら多重次元屈折現象、宝石剣キシュアゼルレッチシュバインオーグ、宝石剣ゼルレッチと呼ばれる魔導王の愛犬にして遠坂に残された家宝ってところ。と言っても遠坂に継承されたのは設計図だけで、宝石剣そのものじゃないわ。それはね、遠坂の魔術師がもっと長い時間をかけてたどり着かなくちゃいけない魔法使いからの宿題なのよ。
魔法使いからの宿題って、遠坂の言ってた大主婦って魔法使いなのか。
そうよ。けどゼルレッチは魔法使いの中でも頻繁に属性に関わる変人だから、弟子は他にもいるでしょうね。ゼルレッチ本人はこの世界にはいないようだけど、リンが自分の手で宝石剣を作れるようになったらひょっこりやってくるかもしれない。
Not in this world. Pop in for a visit. She makes him sound like some kind of wanderer who travels around for fun. But I got careless. My vision gets hazy when I relax. I clench my right hand and let the pendant and dig into my torn skin. It keeps me awake. I try to steady my breathing without letting Ilya notice. My limbs, I can still feel my limbs. Thank goodness. I was afraid I'd lose something after even one projection, but I'm not missing any part of my body. My brain still works. The fact that I still know who I am is the strongest evidence of that. I should be able to manage one more projection. Not that I should try. I'm going to save Sakura using a different way than Tosaka. Now that I have Archer's arm, for the first time I can...
ってわけ。要するにね、大主婦の魔法、平行世界。なのよ。それでついたあだ名が、とか、宝石王とか、カレイドスコープとか。
Oh, hey, Ren, we managed to project the... What?
遠坂。
I can't make out what she's saying. It's not that I can't hear her, but Tosaka's saying words I don't understand. She's using strange words and holding something scary in her left hand. Tosaka's holding a sword I've never seen. Never seen? That can't be right. I just projected that, I think, and my left hand is empty, which means I must have given it to her.
シロ、さっきから、さすがに、の投影は。
I feel a terrible chill. My memory is going away. I can't remember. My understanding doesn't match to the details. I clench my right hand hard. Blood drips. But I finally managed to focus my eyes.
遠坂。
I stand up. My limbs feel tight compared to my disconnected head. They're so tight that I suspect my insides are empty.
遠坂じゃないわよ。私とイリアは試し撃ちをしてくるから、シロは少しでも体を休めて。どうしたのよその手。
Tosaka rushes over to me. She moves shockingly slowly.
なんでシロがこれ持ってるの？
I disconnect my mind and realize that she's holding my bloody right hand. Tosaka looks astonished. She's looking at the pendant in my hand. I don't know why she's so surprised. I'm holding this because...
シロ、どうしてあなたがこれを持っているの？それに、こんなになるまで握りしめてるなんて正気？
どうしてって、お守り代わりに持ってるだけだ。これは確か。
I think we're gonna have to end it after the scene. I found it. Where? It's something so easy and hard to forget, but I can't recall I can't recall it no matter how hard I try. Yet someone who isn't me, my left arm, it knows it better than I do.
その大切なものなんだ。それは肌身離さず最後まで持っていないと。
Words that aren't mine spill from my lips.
シロ、そのペンダントなら私も持ってる。
Tosaka takes a pendant out of her pocket. It's exactly the same. The jewel user, to a jewel user like Tosaka, this is probably an everyday sight. But she's so pretty. I bet an accessory like this would really liven her up.
そっくりだな。
I nod.
違うわ。私のは空っぽだけど、シローのは少しだけ残ってる。取るに足りない量だけど、それでも使われたからには意味があるんだわ。それ持っていて、何かの役に立つかもしれないから。
Tosaka puts her pendant away, then takes Celia's hand and starts walking.
おい、遠坂、どこ行くんだよ。
私はイリアに話があるのよ。1時間だけ休憩をあげるから部屋でおとなしくしてなさい。それとその右手、今すぐ手当てしないと本気で怒るわよ。
Her bad temper is nearly murderous. She goes off with Ilya, who doesn't say a word.
いいか、助かった。 たといえば助かった。
I need to figure out exactly what's wrong with me, or I won't be able to act. I'm still conscious. As long as I don't space out, I can be aware of my situation, like I have been so far.
どうしてこんなところにいるんだっけ?
I wonder why I'm in the shed. Sakura's warning. Sakura told us to run. Tosaka said she'd fight. And then, oh yeah, we have to go to the cavern under Ryoto Temple.
竜道寺に行くのにどうして土蔵で倒れてんだよ?
I fall into the ground. When I come to, I was sprawled out in the shed. My right arm throbs in pain. Thanks to that, I'm fully awake.
しっかりしろ、バカ野郎.
I stand up and check the feeling in my arms and legs. I don't feel so good. I'm losing something at alarming speed. It isn't critical. I should be able to fight like I have so far until morning at least.
ひどい顔色ですね。私が認識できますか？白。
Okay, since we're at that, I'm actually going to take now to call it. We definitely don't have time to do the final day, but we'll have the time next week. I'm just checking. Yeah. All right then. So that'll have to do it for next week. So for this week, I wanted to finish. I wanted to finish the game today, but I wasn't expecting this day to carry on. I wasn't expecting this day in the game to go on that long. So we're gonna have to finish it next week. I'll ask for Catman again if they can join me for it. It's because we'll probably be able to do the good ending while we're at it. So yeah, let us out a parade. Okay, Bama is playing Legacy of Kain's Soul Reaver. Fredo's playing New Vegas. We'll raid Fredo. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. If you like my excuse me. If you're watching on YouTube, please have a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. I upload all my stuff there, and you can also check my socials down there. And also, please check out Fur, aka Manic Overlord, and Catman, even though he couldn't join us. They're friends of mine, and they're also good content creators. So. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing our adventure in Super Lesbian Animal RPG. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.